There we go. Okay, we got audio. Sometimes I have to reauthorize the plugins I use in my mic. Hi! Woo! How's it going? Yeah, I use a couple of nice VSTs on my mic in OBS, and sometimes they forget that they're authorized, especially when I take 4 days off. Hi, how we doing, everybody? We got Rio, we got Out of Sight, we got Explorer. What's up, guys? Over on the YouTube site, we've got Hiromi. How is everybody doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. I am recovering. I straight up made myself ill last week, I think is what happened. And I am still on the mend. If you guys watched at any point last week, it was an insane week. Starting the Friday before last week, we did a podcast interview, then a stream, then we had a crazy weekend of doing a bunch of chores and errands, and then, super. Thank you for the sub, my friend. Supertonic, big W's in chat for our wonderful moderator, extraordinaire Supertonic, an all-around incredible guy, and thank you for the sub, man. You're a gem. Check the overlay. I can check it in a second. It is not on screen yet. I can check it once it's on screen. But thank you for reminding me. So we had a podcast interview the Friday before last, then a stream, then a crazy weekend. We got a huge storm here. One of my husband's good friends came and was staying with us all of last week. We streamed all last week. Monday, we did a huge podcast interview over on Lost State Studios on YouTube, which was a ton of fun. Thank you again to those guys for having me over there. And then streamed all week, and I wrote 8 or 9 pieces of music last week, which was crazy. And by Friday, I was completely burnt out. My voice was shot. So I took Friday off. And then just progressively felt more and more ill over the weekend. I don't know if I caught a head cold or just worked myself I worked 60 hours last week probably. So I took yesterday and just laid in bed and did absolutely nothing. Anyways, I'm doing all right now. Yeah, it's that time of year, where colds and all of these things are sort of going around. So I'm not surprised. It usually happens to me at least once a year that I get something for a couple of days. But we're on the mend. We're fine. It really was not. I was just really tired and congested. That's all, which I still am a little bit. But we're back at it with a Feedback Tuesday. Normally it's Feedback Monday, but it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Hiromi over on YouTube. You have cat? I do have a cat. He is right there. His name is Toast. We love Toast. My new Explorer, my week was nuts. I learned my friend is getting divorced. Oh no. Everything else piled up. Indeed. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Ran into some ads for some of these AI no music creation tools and checked one out, and then I found out they're being sued because some people think their music is being used in the development of the platform. Yes, absolutely. That is happening quite a bit, as well it should. These people should not steal people's music and use it to train AI models. That is wildly unethical. And that is not the only problem that they are going to encounter as time goes on. But anyways, it is, of course, Feedback Tuesday. So anybody who would like to get feedback on a track, that is all we are focusing on today. Go ahead, use the ! feedback command in chat or click the pinned link in chat. That will take you to our wonderful new feedback, well, not so new at this point, but still relatively new, feedback portal created by our very own Supertonic. Which should be up and running. We have a small test going on that we'll have to do in a second, but that is A-OK. But yeah, go ahead and jump on in there and get in queue, and we will take a look at your track. I was in music class at school today. Teacher noticed that BandLab has some kind of AI mode now or something. Yeah, BandLab has been dancing around with that for quite some time.
Chris wants feedback on their song.
Dr. Chris, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in, my friend. Over on YouTube, Luca, how's it going? Got all kinds of people tuning in today. It's just heckin' great. Yeah, you know, AI tools online for instantly creating music. Some of them are pretty good at what they do, and they advise you that you could use the music and go royalty free, and you can use your own voice. Yes, that's true. They're good to a layman. I can instantly tell, and they are good in the sense that, yeah, they can make like a pop track that sounds relatively convincing. Asking them to do anything remotely creative, they really cannot do. And they're royalty free because you cannot copyright anything that is made by AI, whether it is audio or visual or anything like that. The Copyright Office ruled on that several years ago. Which is honestly one of the big reasons why it faces a lot of challenges in any kind of commercial sense, because a huge deal is obviously owning the IP of whatever it is that you make. So if you have the music is worth literally nothing. That's the big issue with it. If you are, let's say, making a television show, a huge part of the television show is all of the IP that exists around that show. So the rights to people's likenesses, the script, and of course the music that you either license or have written for the show. And when that is not copyrightable, the value of your IP goes down. So, you know, pretty dumb. And there's a ton of other massive issues with AI generated music, of course. We talk about that all the time. So, but at the risk of going off on a giant rant about it, let's jump over. We've already got a couple of people stacked up in queue here. Boom. Okay, super. It looks like everything is working fine, just fine. I think I just needed to load this page. But let's jump over into feedback mode here and start. Here, I'm just going to clear out both of your testers here, super. And then we will get started with some actual feedback for folks. Starting with Rio is going to be first up in queue. But yeah, again, jump in, exclamation point feedback, or just head to the link pinned in chat. We'll give you the portal so that you guys can get into queue for feedback. And everybody, show Supertonic some love. He built this whole queue himself and built me a whole custom thing in OBS and has the overlay with SoundCloud working and all this fantastic stuff. So everybody say a big thanks to him because he's awesome and we love him. That is working as well. Very good. Hang on one second. Let me double check one other thing here. Yes, we want that to be that. Good. Ooh! God damn, that verb. I know, it's so verby, right? We love it. So good. Birdland, how's it going, buddy? We got water. We got a whole thing of ice water. Kinutella? What's up? Kinutella. a good friend of mine has a project called The Kin, spelled Kyn. How's it going? That's very cool. What was the last song I sent in? Do you remember? I super don't, Blaze, and I'm so sorry. we get a lot of songs. Cakes, how's it going? Cakes has a new track for us. The Cakes was working on in VC in my Discord server today, which is pretty neat. Okay, let's go ahead and jump into some feedback here. Rio, you are up first, my friend. Working in FL, looking for feedback more or less on everything. Genre here is trap. We love it. Low-key scuffed, but I will send. That is fine, just fine, Cakes. Exclamation point feedback.
KK's 2309 wants feedback on their song.
Damn. Drew Plays, how's it going? Vibing with it, but personally not sure about how the gap comes in. Indeed. So overall, Rio, I love this. I think this is fantastic. Just baseline, my only real note for you right here. This snare lacks a little bit of punch and feels a little quieter than the earlier snare, so I would just bring that up, emphasize the transient on it a little bit. Other than that, yeah, that's fine, Ian. Just ping me when you are back around. No worries. Other than that, I love it. It's really, really tight. It feels really present. It's really clean. I love all of the melodic and harmonic stuff you have going on. Is really, really nice. I like that gap because I'm envisioning, obviously something in this style is ultimately, I'm sure, going to have vocals on it. Is, going to have a rap on it. And that gap is a great place for a rapper to be able to drop like a really cool phrase or something. And that gap is really going to give space for that to happen and like really punch that, give the rapper a place to say something extremely cool and make that really, really shine. So with that, if it were just like an instrumental track that was meant to just be what it is, I would agree with you. It's like a little bit odd. But with that in mind, I think it's great. Obviously it's relatively short. So I would love to hear, this is worth carrying all the way out to the end. I think it evolves nicely. You do have like the beat changes up there, in the back half, halfway through that back half. The mix sounds exceptional. I mean, we can listen to your low end real quick. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous low end. You've got really nice, strong presence in that low fundamental. Excellent. What's up, Connected Beats? What's up, Control 4? How many in queue? You can go to exclamation point feedback or type exclamation point feedback in chat or go to feedback.anathanscott.com to check queue live for yourself. We're going to be skipping Ian McKay, who is next in queue. But it looks like we've got what?
CTI4 official wants feedback on their song.
And over on the YouTube side, just real quick, Hiromi, if you want feedback on something you've made, you can head over to the Twitch side, twitch.tv/NathanScott, jump in chat. And if it is a song you're looking for feedback on, the song that you're working on, I would be happy to take a look at it. But what's up, guys? Sounds really nice on phone speakers. Yeah, no, it's a really, really strong mix. It feels really polished, really balanced. Again, your low end feels exceptionally tight. Like in this section, hi-hats feel a little weak and like that snare feels like it could use a little more punch, But like again, I think this is no. So we only accept SoundCloud links. Control. So sorry. We used to take other links, but it caused some technical issues, unfortunately. So we have just gone to using SoundCloud because it is easy and free and cheap and cheap. It's free. It's easy and free and super fast to upload and update, and we can integrate it really nicely into Stream and all this stuff. So dropped to highs on those. Okay, interesting. I mean, I think the high end, EQ wise, the high end is really nice. I think just like they just need a little more punch, so maybe a little more compression or a little bit more. Like you could use a transient shaper on that snare and just like pop, pop the snare drum out a little bit. The transient on it would be nice. Just for this snare though, the earlier snare sounds excellent, and even on this snare, it still sounds good. It's just like it feels a little bit weak, 10% compared to the other one. But like this snare feels great. It's a little wide, but not too wide, really punchy. It's got good mid-range presence. It's got a little bit of grit to it. So yeah, overall, fantastic. I would love to hear it with a wrap on it. I would love to hear it, full length and fully fleshed out as an idea. But yeah, gold star, man. It sounds fantastic overall. So thank you, Rio, very much for sharing. Okay, we are going to keep things moving right along. I'm going to try to be a little bit quicker. I know sometimes I get super in the weeds and we talk about a track for 45 minutes. I'm going to try to avoid that because I think it was it last week? We ended up in a moment where we were like 90 minutes behind in queue. And I was like, this is not, I mean, I want to help as much as I can, but I also want to be respectful of people's time. So we're gonna try to keep things moving a little bit more. So a note for myself that I had. But Out of Sight, you are up next. Shibble, how's it going, Shibble? All kinds of fun people tuning in today. I love it. Okay, so Out of Sight, working in FL. Looking for feedback, composition, sound choices, arrangement, songwriting, more or less everything. Work in progress I hastily uploaded as I forgot the SoundCloud rule. Sort of wondering how I can make it longer, as it seems like I wrote it into a corner, although I might just polish what's there. Okay, very cool. Let's check it out. Interesting. Very cool. I like this a lot, Out of Sight. Really, really interesting ideas harmonically. Okay. So what's really interesting about this is it's reminding me a lot of, funnily enough, traditional Jewish music. So for those of you who don't know, for the big part of my career, I've played a lot of wedding and corporate events. And through doing that, I've played a lot of Jewish weddings. And the band traditionally at a Jewish wedding plays Siman Tov and Hava Nagila and like all these really traditional Jewish cultural songs, songs of celebration. And there's those songs. I don't know a whole lot about the like specific musical traditions, but it uses a lot of really unique harmony. In particular, it uses the Phrygian dominant scale quite a bit, and it uses a lot of harmonic minor. Opal Winds, how's it going? And so you very much are playing into... I don't even know if it's that, but you've got... you've got a lot of that kind of harmonic minor vibe going on here. I don't think you've written it into a corner at all. I think the main idea that you've got here, which is basically like minor 1, minor 4, minor 1, and then that dominant 5, which is very much your classic kind of harmonic minor sound. You've explored that in this idea. You can do, I think it's Simantov, goes up to the flat 3. So in this case, you're in C minor. You're in C harmonic minor here, or melodic minor. No, harmonic minor here is your bass scale. So if you go up to E flat major, you could do very much something like that. You could just pivot up to this kind of a space. So pivot up to E flat, A flat, E flat, and kind of pull the whole thing major. Go up to E flat, treat E flat as your new 1, and do some similar movements. Up to the 4 of E flat would be A flat, 5 of E flat would be B flat, right? That is where I would take this for sure. Because it'll break, like you've explored, like I said, your main harmonic idea here pretty well. And I think, so I think that's good, but I think if you want to lush it out, yeah, bring it up to E flat major and play around in E flat major for a little bit. Create that section. And you could even look at what you have right now. I'd have to like chart out exactly what you have, but like a really common form song structure here is like what we'd call AABA. Right? So like, let's say you have an 8-bar chord progression and a melody. You call that an A section. You play that twice and then you go to a B section, which is, in my case, I'd say go up to E flat, write a B section, and then go back to that original A section statement. Really, really classic song form. That harkens a lot to this kind of harmonic and melodic vocabulary. So, but it's really nice. A couple of people were saying something about mix. I'm not super worried about mix on this one since you're still writing. Thank you, Out of Sight. ABA sounds like the start of a cheat code for old school guy. Yes, it does. But it is also a really, really classic jazz song form. Something like that. Hear how that totally changes things up? I'd go for that. But really nice job, as always, Out of Sight. I always love hearing what you're working on. It's very, very cool stuff. Definitely very you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it helped. But thank you again for sharing with everybody. We are going to go ahead and keep things cooking along here with Dr. Chris. How's it going, Dr. Chris? Are you still with us? Oh, thank you for the bits, my friend. Very, very kind. Very kind of you, Out of Sight. Keep going. Keep writing. I love what you're doing. I'm doing great. Recovering from a weekend of sickness, but we're doing better. We're doing very much better. So that is nice. Okay. Dr. Chris working in FL Studio. Feedback on sound choices, mix master, and composition. Very, very good. Let's check out what you got going on.
If I was a rich girl, na 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 na.
Duly noted, Ian.
See, I'd have all the money in the world if I was a wealthy girl. If I was a rich girl, na 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 na. See, I'd have all the money in the world if I was a wealthy girl. No.
That's sick, man. That's fantastic. I love the sample, and I love what you've done with it. Mix sounds really good. Overall, I think it's really strong. Grooves are really nice.
The world, if I was a wealthy girl.
You use like a tiny bit more top end presence out of your snare. I feel like it's like a little bit dark and feels just like a little bit pushed back, just a teeny bit.
Don't make it test me. Impress.
Kick sounds pretty good. Kick, I think it's either I could use a little more kick and snare or a little less like hi-hat and topper. I feel like the hi-hats, like the way the drums are presented, yeah, I want more clap, and less if you know what I mean. Sound designy, bass stuff, orchestra hits, all really, really good. I love that you're mirroring the original chord changes of the it's Gwen Stefani, right? I don't know what tune it is originally, but recognized her voice anywhere.
My cash flow would never ever end. 'Cause I'd have all the money in the world. If I was a rich girl.
My other thought here is that you've got, like, you start with the build, right? And then you go into a vibe and you've got the sample and then you've got the orchestral groove, right? Which is really cool. I think that's perfect at the start. Getting into the back half of the tune.
See, I'd have all the money in the world if I was a wealthy girl. Don't make it test me. Impress me. My cash flow would never ever end. 'Cause I'd have all the money in the world if I was all the riches, baby. Won't mean anything. All the riches, baby. Don't bring what your love can bring. All the riches, baby.
I kind of want, like, not a piano necessarily, but a pad, something that comes in doing longer chords or just carrying it out, especially over this
All the riches, baby.
where she's got those really beautiful vocal stacks. I feel like you could have a really nice pad in there, a keys part of some kind, something mid-rangey. Something kind of in that area just to like lush it out. Again, not a piano necessarily, but like a nice pad. An arp could work, like a gentle, like bellish or pluckish arp down in this kind of mid-range area on the keyboard. Just to kind of like reinforce some of those chords and to play around with her vocal harmonies, I think would be really cool. And it would help differentiate that. Yeah, more bass notes could work. I think I would hear something in the mid-range to just help it feel lusher and to differentiate it from the other sections of the tune, which are very stab drums, stab drums, with a little bit of sound designy stuff on the bass. That's very cool. But if that's the whole tune, I feel like it never is going to feel like it went all the places that it could. You know what I mean? I feel adding something in that mid-range department would really would lush it up there in a really nice way. But other than that, like I said, it's a very cool flip of the track. It's a very cool use of that sample. Yeah, not enough mid. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm hearing. And I think it's, like I said, that works in sections, but then I would have other sections that are a little bit more fully produced with stuff in that range to contrast, right? And to kind of take the listener to a new space for a second. So, but yeah, other than that, like a little less topper, a little more kick and snare. Mix feels really good though. Super creative, great sound choices overall. Definitely feel like it could be longer. What is it right now? Let me check. Yeah, 1:30. I could definitely see this as a 2.5 minute, kind of a track. Snip it. Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured. So yeah, a second break and then rise, build into a drop. Definitely never be afraid to pull out the ride, like in the back. If you get to a point where you have a second build into a second drop, grab a ride cymbal. I love using rides in drum and bass. Always sounds fantastic. And it's a great way to sell a second drop in a tune and be like, oh yeah, we've arrived at like the big anthemic moment. I think ride samples or ride cymbals do that really, really well. So, but great job, man. Very, very cool. Very creative. I love it. And I appreciate you sharing. Eighth note ride. Yeah, it could be like off eighth ride. Is there? Oh yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say either bring that out, or I love taking rides like that and pitching them way down. I always think it's a really cool and unique sound. And making it more prominent. Yeah, those are quarters. Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff, you could always, pull it into the like, that kind of like more linear type vibe. And the snare not on 2 and 4. That's always a fun trick to pull. Anyways, a lot of different places that you could take it. But really, really nice job, man. I appreciate you sharing. But we're going to keep things cooking here. Appreciate you sending it in, man. Very much so. Ian. Mr. Ian McKay, you are up next, my friend. Had to step away for a moment, but we are circling back around to you as promised. Are you with us? Oh, there you are. Excellent. Hello, friend. Okay, Ian McKay working in FL Studio, looking for feedback, primarily sound choices and composition. Okay. Zale, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. It's been a while. How you been? There's a certain energy I've been able to find in my last few finished tracks that I've submitted before that I'm trying to hold on to and keep pouring into new projects, but I'm just not feeling it. Part of me feels like I should just accept what comes next, but another part of me feels that this track just kind of falls short of where I want it to be. Not sure if it's in the sound selection or the composition or what, but I guess all I really want to know is if this track vibes and if there's anything else I can do to make it shine. Fantastic thoughts, Ian. Let's check it out. console is super cool. Interesting. So, yeah, okay. So here, I will give you all of my thoughts right now, Ian. I think, um, I will give you my perspective, from like the professional kind of on our level thinking, right? But then putting on my layman hat, I will start there. I think it's really good. I think it's quite well mixed. I think it's your sound selection is cool. It's a vibe. And I think that if you were to put this out there, is it going to be the most successful track ever? Maybe not. But I think it's great. You've put together a strong track. Moving to the sort of like feedback side, I hear what you're saying, where it just feels like it's falling a little flat. And I don't think the thing that I think that is maybe causing that is it's just those first two sections are maybe a little bit long-winded. And I think that's not even like it's too long necessarily. I think it's just it feels like it's in an odd tempo spot where it's like the big halftime thing, but it's slow enough that it's a little hard to really sink into. But like if you sped it up, all of the arps and stuff would feel too fast. I think it landed in a bit of an odd space there. That being said, we're all gonna make stuff that we're not 1,000% happy with, or I have plenty of tracks I've done for money, for clients, tracks that have gone out on records, tracks that have been played on the radio, tracks that are going out to game developers and being used in games, that are going out and being sold to people. That I feel exactly the same way about, that I'm like, oh, this one started with kind of a cool idea. I ran with it. I kind of wrote myself into a bit of a corner. It is what it is. But the thing is that, yeah, exactly, Zale. Just release it. I think it sounds like the mix is really strong. Cake said something about I'd maybe amp the low fundamental on your main bass synth. The kick is really punchy in the low end. Oh, well. Kick is really punchy in the mid-range. So this is 140. Let's bump this up to... Okay. So all the punch on your kick is around like 180, which is fine. But yeah, I would amp up the low sine fundamental on your main bass synth. And just so you know, somebody over on YouTube, Jonathan Carsey, how's it going, buddy? Says fire, loves it. So, yeah, I think you could maybe do that. Other than that, man, like it feels finished. It feels polished. Is it the strongest tune you've ever made? No, maybe not, but that's okay. Not every tune you're going to do is this, like the idea. This is why I kind of shy away from this idea of like always be better, 10% better every track you make or every day or whatever, be 10% better than the last thing. That's a fine sort of thought experiment, I guess, but it's not super practical in reality. Right. And so, yeah, there's going to be tracks where you finish and you go, it's not my best thing ever, but it's still worth releasing because but you're not backsliding. That's the thing. This is not a linear. Backsliding would imply that you are on a linear hill and you're going up it and pushing a thing, and then you're going backwards. That's not how music works. That's never how music works. Like I said, this happens to me all the time. And it happens to a lot of artists, all of the time when you're like writing stuff. And this is all a very nonlinear thing. Not everything is going to be perfect. Not everything is going to feel as awesome as everything else. And even if you go listen to Superhuge, like there's a story that I tell not infrequently about a great masterclass with John Mayer that he gave at Berkeley years and years ago. And he's talking about, I think it was it Room for Squares? I can't remember what record it was, but he's talking about one of his records that he released that really like blew him up, fame wise. And he said they were in the studio, they put the whole record together. And there was one track, I don't remember what track it was, but like John Mayer knew, the engineers, the players, the A&R guys were all like, that's the song, that's the single, that's what's going to go out and sell this record, that's what's going to get all the airplay on the radio. And the record came out, and that single fell completely flat. Nobody cared, nobody liked it. The tune that actually took off was the song Gravity, which John Mayer thought was a terrible song.
Opalwinds Music wants feedback.
John
on
Mayer
their
thought
song.
Gravity was boring and slow and uninteresting and lazily written. He didn't like it. He didn't even want to put it on the record. He felt exactly about Gravity how you feel about this track, where he's like, it's not my vibe. It's not good enough. Went on to be arguably his most popular tune of all time, and what like broke him into superstardom. So the thing I always take from that story is it's not really up to you. Gravity. I think it was Gravity. It's been years since I've watched this video, but you can go, if you look up John Mayer Masterclass Berkeley, you can hear him tell this whole story. And it's really interesting because it's like, yeah, even people on that level, this kind of stuff happens to, and they doubt what they make, and there's things that they don't believe in, and they assume one thing is going to happen, or people are going to like one thing, and like his tagline at the end of the song, it's kind of like tagline of the whole story at the end of the story is, I realized that 350 million people are a lot smarter than I am. And what he means by that is like, yeah, the general listening public, obviously, you know, with our tracks here, we're not necessarily going out to an audience that size, but the idea is just that like the listening public, no matter who it is, people on a Twitch stream, people on SoundCloud or anywhere else, are going to be a better judge of whether or not the thing you've made is good or not. Because if it's good, they'll listen to it, hypothetically, and if it's not, then they won't. So it's not really up to us. And like with my clients, with like game developers that I work with, it's not up to me to, like, obviously I want to present stuff that's real, that I believe in, but it's ultimately not up to me to decide whether or not it's right, or whether or not it's good, or whether or not it's going into the game. It's up to them. And yeah, the hive mind decides 100%. And so all I can do is try my best. And even if I feel something fell a little bit flat, I show it to them. If they don't like it, I change it. If they do like it, I ship it, and it's done. And when you're releasing your own stuff, that like my thing is more of a client relationship. But when you're releasing your own stuff, it just becomes the people who check out your music. And the feedback that I'm seeing in here is that it's really good. And I agree with them. I think it's like, I hear what you're saying, and I hear where it's like, you know, you could kind of argue, oh yeah, it was just like an odd feel from the start, but there's a lot to love about it. It's well arranged. Your transitions are cool. I really like your sound choices. I like that it dances around being melodic, but doesn't bonk you over the head with melody. I mean, fair enough. And that's, you know, ultimately it's 100% up to you. I'm just saying you've got to keep in mind that even though you're the one making it, it's your opinion is not the only opinion. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. And sometimes you just have to say, you know, I've gotten it as good as it can, and I'm going to put it out there. And if people like it, great. If people don't like it, great. I gotta move on. I gotta call it done. And that's a skill in and of itself. But yeah, I mean, mix wise, I think it's really good. Like I said, just, you know, a little bit more low fundamental, especially on the bass. Like that bass synth. But other than that, I'm trying to think. Here's an idea. You could go 4 on the floor with the kick. That could be kind of interesting. go 4 on the floor with the kick there, but keep the snare super halftime. That amps it. I think I think you could find something that would help. I don't know. It's an interesting one. I love that you submitted this because it's like, yeah, it's super out of left field, but like that sometimes it takes just something like that where you're like, this seems dumb, but I'm going to try it. And even if it isn't keeper, it gives you an idea that pulls everything into a new space, or like changing up the chord progression a little bit. It's a little like, it's just kind of sitting there. So I tried at 140. Yeah, maybe. Could always go into that kind of a thing. A flat, B flat could be. Could do that. I don't know. Keep playing with it. It's good. It's not bad. I hear why you feel like it's bad, and I do think it has room. But you did a great job with it, and you should be proud that you made it, regardless, in my opinion. And I think Chad agrees with me. But thank you for sharing. Very, very good conversations, good points to think about and discuss for everybody, regardless of where you're at. But I appreciate you very much submitting it, my friend. It's always good to hear what you're working on. Okay, we're going to keep things moving here. Just Zale, thank you, man. I hope that was helpful in some way. Just Zale is going to be up next, and I'm excited to hear a new Zale track. It's been a long time. How we doing, Zale? I think are you still with us? You probably are, right? Yes, it looks like you are. I love it. Just Zale, working in Ableton, feedback on more or less everything. A remix of an Egyptian artist I met in New York during my press tour. Press tour? Well, that's very exciting. Why didn't you call me? I'm in New York. You could have gotten a bagel, Zale. Come on. I could have shown you the best dumplings. A Zale song. Yeah, it's true. $10 bagel, only if you don't know where you're going. You can get amazing bagels for a hell of a lot less than $10. Zale, there you are. Good, I was just about to ping you. There's lots and lots of cheap food in New York. You just got to know where to look. Like, so much cheap food in New York. It's crazy.
لو هتكلمني هتناديلي بنت أميرة لو هتتعبني يا حبيبي ماليش فيها لما لفيت على المدينة كله باصص بيقول لها يا مسكينة فجأة خافوا لما لقوني بالسكينة فجأة شاكين إني راية ولا سكينة خلاص أنا هطلع وهطلع سينا بنت دي ماليش زيها ولا بيها كلام كتير مش عايزة كلام كتير مش عايزة أحس
Tell me more about this press tour.
عايزة أحس نطلع برا نطلع قبل الشارع نرجع قبل الشمس نطلع برا نطلع قبل الشارع نرجع قبل الشمس قبل الشمس الساعة 5 ومش فاهمة إيه
I was
اللي
waiting for it.
حصل الدنيا نايمة ومش شايفة أي بشر ودوس رد ودوس بنزين لقيته اتصل بي أنا مشغولة قفلت بوكيت الموتور يا حبيبي ما كانش ينفع حتة من قلبي
Neat. Very, very interesting. Super, super, super creative, man. I like it a lot. I think
ني راية ولا سكينة خلاص أنا هطلع وأطلع سينا أنت ديما نمشي علاقة بيها كلام كتير
then there's a few ways that you can go about getting this, but what I'm missing kind of throughout in different ways in different spots, but it's a similar thing, is like low end transient definition. Because you've got a lot of like long subby kicks and bass design that are all kind of blurring together. And I feel like if there was something punctuating a little bit more.
كلام كتير مش عايز نطلع برا نطلع قبل الشارع
Like even here, you've got boom, 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 boom kind of stuff. Yeah, saturator could work. Or just layering in a kick sample, but don't focus it on the low end, focus it on the upper mids. Something with snap to it to just reinforce some of that stuff. And sprinkle that throughout to just help really, really define those kicks and really have them punch out and like really push the groove forward. Because it just feels a little, it's not even that it's muddy. Yeah, a Lin kick, 707 kick could work, or just anything with good snap, good. And it's, it's like really common technique with layering kick drums, right? It's like you find one that has really good sub presence and then one that has really good, maybe like sort of low mid kind of knock chest thump to it. And then one that has like really good top end snap. And you like, when I'm layering kicks, I will fully like high pass a kick sample and get only the attack out of it. Like only that upper mid, 500 to 2K and up snap, and use that as a layer purely just to reinforce the transient definition on that kick, right? And keep the low end out of that sample so that it doesn't interfere with the phase. Transpose floor tom, yes, absolutely, would work as well. But it's nice. It's well crafted. It's well put together. I like how you've treated his vocal. It's nice and present. I like you've got some real dark, like paddish stuff going on that's really, really nice. Some of these basses, I like right there is a good example. You'd saturate that bass a little more too, as well, so that it has a little bit more presence in that 500 to 2K region also. Because it feels a little hollow generally in that area.
الساعة 5 ومش فاهمة اللي حصل الدنيا نايمة ومش شايفة أي بشر وتسرد وتدوس بنزين لقيته اتصل.
That snare could be a little stronger as well. Yeah, I think just the general theme of just defining your transients and making the drums in particular just a little bit punchier, I think overall would just be a good thing to think about here. But compositionally, it's great. It's very, very well put together. It's well crafted. Your stuff always is, and is very, very nice. So thank you for sharing. Congrats on the fun little press tour. Next time you're in New York, hit me up. I'm in New York. I am literally a train right away. So ping me, and we'll grab a bagel, or we'll have you on stream or something. That would be super, super fun. I still have not anyone from my stream or from chat. I've yet to actually meet any of you. I think, is that true? Yeah, I mean, other than people who I already knew. You're born in Queens, neat. So I'm in JC. I'm in Jersey City, so I'm out over the Hudson. But I am one path stop away from the World Trade Center. So I'm in New York. It's just rent is like half price if you just go across the Hudson and take the path instead of the MTA. Yeah, man, ping me. Absolutely. That would be super fun. If you're not my Discord, you should get my Discord. I think you're in my Discord. I don't know. Anyway, it's just like 3 times crime ridden. No, not remotely. Go to Hoboken. Hoboken is nicer than many, many parts of New York City and Jersey City in general. Jersey City, especially where I'm at, which is Journal Square, it just feels exactly like Astoria, pretty much. Or a lot of parts of Queens, or like, I don't know, sort of like lower, what's that street down in Brooklyn? If you take the Q, not all the way to Coney Island, but you get off just north of that. I can't remember what the neighborhood's called. It feels a lot like that. But yeah, it's New York. Functionally, it's New York. Williamsburg, no, it does not feel like Williamsburg. What the hell neighborhood is that? Sunset Park kind of feels like Sunset Park a little bit. Anyways, down by the park. The hell's the big park down there? I've spent very little time in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is also gigantic. But anyway, no, Jersey City's great. Jersey City is fantastic. Great food, and everything is way cheaper. And you're still 1 train stop away from Lower Manhattan. Like, before we moved to where we are now, we lived in the Upper East Side in Manhattan. And I'm closer here, both as the crow flies and on the train, to Lower Manhattan than I was when we lived in Manhattan. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a win-win-win. And it's functionally the 6th borough. So, and instead of explaining this to everybody, I just say I live in New York because it's easier. Greenwich Park? I don't know off the top of my head. We only lived here for 2.5 years. So anyways, thank you for sharing, Zale. I appreciate it, man. Fantastic job on this. Yeah, just like transient definition on the drums overall. I think could be a little punchier, but it's super nice. So great job. Congrats again on the newfound success, my friend. I'm glad you're doing well. But we're going to keep things cooking right along here with Blazing Beats. And I think, is this the same one? Are we hearing the same one? Or is this something new? Okay, very cool. love the real bass there. That's nice. Eichelschman, we're doing good. It's Feedback Tuesday. If you want feedback on a track, exclamation point feedback will get you into queue. Thanks, Blazin. Okay, so very, very interesting. Love the grooves, love the textures. I do agree that there is a bit of a disconnect between the drums and the synth, but I don't necessarily think it's because they are too dry. What I am hearing here is a couple of things. Number one, there's a lot of so the snares to me, Shibble, are far too prominent. I wouldn't say they're subdued, but they're very that like your particularly snare and kick have an enormous amount of buildup going on in the 200 to 300 region. So, or actually even like 150. So if we watch our EQ through this build, it's actually very helpful that there's this snare in this build. Look. You've got a big old stonking peak. Thank you for the follow, Minus Flames. I appreciate it. You've got a huge peak, and most of the presence in that snare is at like 160. And so if I scoop there by literally 3 dB, immediately the whole track feels significantly cleaner. What I would do here, wetter snare, yeah, you could not even yes, a filter. I would notch EQ for sure, first of all. And I would not necessarily high pass, but I would at least control that low thump on the snare a little bit. Because it makes everything feel and that low. It's kind of an odd snare sample. If it has if it's that resonant that low in the frequency spectrum, because that's like kick territory to me. And I like there's some snares out there, especially in Psy stuff is where I hear it a lot, that are very like what I call gooshy, in that they have a lot of lower mid presence, and that's kind of
Flames 99 said, I'm Brazilian, I don't understand much English, but I'm a fan in the area of music creation.
Indeed. Well, I'm glad you're here, Minus Flames. Obrigado. But we do a whole lot of music creation around here, so hopefully you have a good time. Yeah, I like my snares to be present in like 2K area, and more crispy, more chunky. I think, well, it's a good word. I think what I would say here, Blazin, is it feels like there's room for more creative choices with the drum sounds. So like that snare, somebody said very Nine Inch Nails. I agree. 9 Inch Nails drums are dirty as hell. Typically, there's a lot of saturation and like cassette type effects and really, really, really blown out compression and distortion. And Reznor is a guy who will absolutely reach for like, oh, let's run this snare drum through a Marshall stack and then gate the snot out of it. Let's run our kick drum through a subwoofer and put that in a trash can and mic the side of the trash can. I've seen Reznor do some, like, looking at his process, he does some wild stuff with sound processing. These drums feel they're layered, but it feels very, here's some samples and I'm triggering the samples. And then you probably have some compression on the bus. And then that's kind of it. Like, especially in the beginning, that snare build, I was like super, super vibing. Like, building, it's cool, I'm with it. And that comes across to me like somebody has a Casio and they just like pulled up a snare drum sound and like your song is playing and they're just going like bink, bink. And I kind of for a second was like, wait, what is that? What's that snare doing there? It sounds a little out of place. So yeah, I think lean into these drums need a personality. Play around with, like, yeah, you could put like a funky 80s digital reverb on it, like an EMT 250 kind of a sound, or like an old Lex 240 kind of a sound. That could be something that maybe you bring in and out on certain snare hits. Maybe you bit crush them. Maybe you experiment with running one of the layers through a guitar amp and gating that. Maybe you run them through like an old-timey radio kind of a filtered sound. Just something to give them personality and character. They feel very plain Jane sample at the moment. And you've got so much excellent richness and detail and interest going on with all your other synths and all that stuff. Are you guys in ads at the moment? Somebody says ad jumps, or Ishu says ad jump scare. If you're in ads, let me know. I was listening to feedback and then got a State Farm ad. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Twitch only notifies me about half the time. So always let me know if you're in an ad and I will pause. I will pause feedback for a moment, happily. Yes, well, I hope you didn't miss too much, Blazin. I was just saying these drums need personality. So, yeah, like experimenting with running them. I think amp sims are really, really fun to play around with on drums, especially with snares. Guitar amp sims, bit crusher, something to give them texture. It just feels very kind of plain Jane sample layered at the moment. And I think that's contributing to some of the EQ stuff. And then it's also contributing to them sounding a little bit removed from the rest of the track, right? Other than that, it's very cool groove. I like how the track builds. This break and build might be a little bit long-winded. Yeah, sure. I think really tight. That's another thing I always notice about Nine Inch Nails drums is it always feels like the samples are being cut off early. Is like a really common feel with them where it's like there's zero decay sometimes to some of the sounds. Yeah, and those snares, those clack, 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 very cool rhythmic idea. A little bit more dynamic difference, I think, between the snares themselves or the claps themselves, and then between the main snare and the claps could be nice. Yeah, but like again, even just notching 3 dB at what is that? Right around 200, 180, cleans things up enormously to my ears. So, yeah, I think just more character, more personality to the drums, more texture. I think will help them sit really nicely with everything else. But yeah, other than that, like good arrangement. Maybe think about shortening that build a little bit because it felt a little overly expansive to me. Blue, how's it going? But yeah, other than that, it's a nice track. I love your synths. I love all your sound design and sound choices in that area. The arrangement feels strong. It's a very cool track, very cyberpunky, very. It is Feedback Tuesday. But yeah, just a little more. The drums feel a little corporate. They feel a little corporate, and I want them to unbutton their shirt and untuck it and rip off one of the sleeves and douse themselves in a daiquiri and put on some Mardi Gras beads and then kick over a trash can and run screaming through the streets. That's what I want your drums to do. And right now, they are offering to refinance my car. Thank you, Shibble. If that makes any amount of sense at all. But thank you very much for sharing, my friend. It's always good to hear what you're working on, and strong work. I am excited to hear what you do with it. I am doing better, Blue. Thank you. I had head coldy, mild flu, which I don't even attribute to me getting sick. I attribute it to me working like 60 hours last week and going. I worked so much last week. It was kind of crazy. But let's keep things moving. Arishu, you are up next, my friend. Rip the sweater vest off, get a tat, run shit through your trash can and flip a table. Yes, we want your drums to be very, very, very politically incorrect.
Blueleaf68 wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Arishu, you are up next. What do we got going on? Working in Reaper, very cool. We're looking for feedback on arrangement and mix. This was made for a beat battle. Part between the glitchy drop and ending needs a good transition, but I have no idea how to do it. Okay, very interesting. Glitchy drop and the ending needs a good transition. Okay, we'll think about that as we listen. Very true. No, you're 100% right. I think interesting. Okay. Really, really, really creative arrangement and sound design here, which I am a huge fan of. Okay, we'll talk about two things. We'll talk about the transition, and we'll talk about mixing. So what I think I want to hear now is you've got really interesting and intricate sound design going on with the drums and a lot of these very kind of granular-y kinds of things. Which, are you doing all of that yourself? You already are fighting on screen, Shibble. Anytime you type in chat, anybody type anything in chat, literally anything, could be a single letter, and you'll respawn. Yeah, all that stuff. Is that splice stuff, or are you actually have, creating all those sounds? I mean, it doesn't matter either way. I'm just curious. Um, I think what I would want to hear here is more going on with the piano and the strings, um, because they feel very dry and very kind of standalone in comparison to how much interesting stuff is going on with the drums and all that glitchiness that you have. I would love to hear, yeah, more texture there, and have those be a little bit more in line. Um, People were saying it was too wet. I mean, I guess it depends kind of on what you are, on what you're doing. But I think my favorite approach to doing sound design like this, really glitch heavy, really abstract, um, all that kind of stuff, the kinds of stuff that you're doing. I like when it starts to blend the entire track together, as opposed to being like, hey, here's a piano and some strings and a kick and a snare, and then there's crazy glitchy stuff out here. I like it when the that's why I asked like how much you're doing yourself versus just flying in samples, because the more you're able to do it yourself and use like granulizers and all this kind of stuff, and modulation, like you can glitch the whole thing out together, and that really does a nice job of unifying the sound design into a really nice place, and it makes the tune feel very cohesive. And you have like maybe the glitchy stuff starts on the outside and it's its own thing, and then it like dives in and grabs all the other sounds with, and everything gets weird for a second, and then it releases. That kind of thinking. And a lot of the guys that I hear, like Hatecore, who's in chat all the time, would be a really good example of this. He has a great way of doing sound design that affects the whole track or doesn't, and he's very deliberate about how he does it. I think that's very cool. So I think if you could bring in that as an element, I think it would really help to unify it, because right now it does just kind of feel like relatively simple. Yeah, he's a great resource. He's an incredibly talented sound designer. It feels a little, we've got a piano, we've got strings, we've got a kick, we've got a snare, and then glitchy. And it doesn't feel super like glued together. I think this kick and snare also is a little bit of this Gucci that I'm talking about. It's like it feels a little bit present down here in this 200 to 300 region. So I maybe look at that and duck just a little bit there. And I definitely feel like a proper low bass element here would be really, really nice and make things feel a little bit more complete. It feels a little empty at the moment without some kind of low fundamental kind of defining chords, harmony, like what's going on. It's just kind of drums and then a few elements on top of that. As for the transition, you basically bring it into a space where all you've got going on is and then that just kind of stops. If I were to build a transition into this, I would use those, to build somehow 16th notes on the snare, increasing frequency on the kick. You could do something like that. Or again, thinking about this like the glitch end of things. That's very, very, like I use this plugin all the time, Glitch 2, that I would recommend looking up, because it would allow you to glitch the entire track out, and you could build very cool transitions using a tool like that, or Stutter Edit from Isotope, or there's a bunch of DS Tantra is another really cool one. Things that give you just kind of global, we can bit crush and beat repeat and like do all that kind of stuff across the entire track, and then you can automate it to build really, really cool transitions. So this is a V-Drum kit. Shibble, I am running Superior Drummer, and we trigger Superior Drummer using the kit as if it were a real kit. But at the moment, what snare am I using? This is the kit that I have. So it is a Sonor 2x10 jungle snare, I think is what this is. Sounds great. And then what, I got the 17-inch hats probably. Yep, 17-inch hats. Istanbul Agop cymbals and custom stave toms.
Hatecore_ wants feedback on
Hey,
their
we
song.
were just talking about you, buddy, and how good you are at sound design. Anyways, we like drums. We like playing drums. Anyway, where did my thing go? Zoop. There you are. Get that out of here. You want to learn to shuffle? Which shuffle? I can show you how to shuffle. My song is a little too dry, like a Popeye biscuit. Yeah, Arisha, you should shoot Hatecore the link. Hatecore might have Purdy Shuffle. We're going to take a quick moment so I can talk about the Purdy Shuffle. Purdy Shuffle's classic. It's all about, yes, it's greasy. It's all about this. As a figure. No, it's a Volt compressor. I think, right? Oh yeah, Volt compressor. From Goodhertz. This. Best sounding compressor in the galaxy, as far as I'm concerned. For super dirty drums, it's phenomenal. It sounds so good. But yeah, if you can get that nailed, and you can get the, it is a triplet, yes, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but it's that ghost note on the snare. And then the double on the hi-hat. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So they are triplets. They're 8th note triplets though, because you're counting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1. And if you double time it, you get a double time shuffle. Which is like the Reelin' in the Ears by Steely Dan. Well, and then yes, you could even have time. Yeah. But it's all built around that 8th note triplet, which is why usually when we write a groove like this, we don't put it in 4/4 time, we put it in 12/8. And there's so many great, like Rosanna by Toto, the Zeppelin tune, Fool in the Rain. It's a super, super, super fun. It's a super, super fun groove, but it's all built around that and that like ghost note thing. Because if you don't have that, you have to you do the same groove but with quintuplets. That's my favorite quintuplet groove. And that, kids, is how we get that is how we get lo-fi, funnily enough. Septuplets, fuck. Nope. No, septuplets are too fucking hard. I can just play a fast 7. Hang on. That's how would Dilla do the Purdy shuffle? Oh my god. That's an interesting question. How would Dilla do the Purdy shuffle? I don't know how Dilla would do the Purdy shuffle. That's a fascinating question. Yeah, honestly, he would probably just offset the kick and the snare. And thank you, Super. I'm having way too much fun. But no, that last thing was not technically septuplets, but that was 7/8. Yes, this is absolutely somebody that loves the drums, 100%. They're so much fun. And learning a little bit about how drums get played helps your wrong button. Helps your drum programming enormously. Anyways, we'll get back on topic here, but thank you for indulging me and letting me fuck around on drums for a second with some excellent, very challenging prompts. Very, very fun. Check Discord for a moment, I suppose. Oh no, Super. I'm so sorry. Yes, of course, you're totally fine, man. Don't worry about it. Let me know when you want Lumio to take back over. Where were we even at? Orishu. Yes, hopefully some thoughts were helpful for you there. Okay, doing that now, Super. But very, very cool, very interesting track. Sorry we got distracted there for a second. Yeah, global glitch stuff. Very, very cool. Watch the low mids on your kick and snare. And, what was the other thing that we were saying? Oh yeah, that transition, either like building up your drums or doing some glitch transition stuff will be helpful there. So, but thank you again for sharing, my friend. And thanks again, guys, for indulging me on some drum stuff for a second. But we're going to keep going on some feedback here. We're only an hour behind at this point, you know. It's it seems inevitable. Cakes, you are up, my friend. I'm assuming you're still in here hanging. Are you still in here hanging? Satisfying my quintuplet third. Quintuplets are super fun. There's no two ways about it. There's no two ways about it. Thank you. Yes, Supertonic is responsible for the new feedback portal. It works exceptionally well. And as you'll see when we, as we go, there's like cool animations. There's the nice overlay on screen. It's all quite slick. So we're very happy. Big props to Supertonic, who is entering a food coma and is going to go to sleep because he has more than earned it. Cakes, paging Dr. Cakes. But no, Super did a great job, and it's real slick, and it honestly just makes my my life 1,000 times easier. So. Over on YouTube, Ash, how's it going? Thank you for tuning in. If you would like to submit a track for us to check out, that's a work in progress, head over to twitch.tv/anathanscott. We can only accept feedback requests in Twitch chat. So please feel free to jump over on the Twitch side of things. I would love to check it out. Cakes, where is Cakes? We will give Cakes just another quick moment, and if he might not, I mean, I see him in the list, but he's probably AFK. Yeah, Cakes is probably dead. So sad, so terribly sad. We're going to pop over Cakes just for a second, and I know as soon as we do, he's going to jump in here. But we are going to grab Shibble, and then we'll circle back to Cakes if he is able to rejoin us. But Shibble, Michael. G, G, is that how you would say that? Michael. Hi, Michael. How's it going? Welcome in. How you doing? Yes, Shibble. Let's check out what you've got going on, my friend. Just looking for general feedback here. Working in Ableton. Very cool. Let's check it out. We're doing good. We're just checking out people's tracks, giving feedback. Twitch.tv/a-Nathan-Scott. Link should be in the description of the live stream. Absolutely, Michael. 100%. super cool vibe. For the record, I play a lot more than 3 instruments. I primarily am a bass player. I also play acoustic and electric guitar, drums, most percussion instruments, and pretty much anything keyboard shaped. I don't do, and then I can play, oh no, ad. Ad done for me. Yay. Very good. No, I was saying I play a lot more than 3 instruments technically, but I'll play some bass now because I feel like this could use a bigger and crazier bass line here. Hang on. Let me play around with this for a second. That's okay, Shibble. It's okay. We'll just vibe for a second while we're in ads. Grab a bass. Welcome back, Shibble. No, I was just saying, so this is a really, really cool vibe. I love this. It's very, very classic 70s. It's very, oh yeah. Harmonic chords at that. It's very 70s. It's very like Steely Dan-ish, which I really, really like. Or who else? I pinged Cakes. Cakes will say something, I think, when Cakes is back in here. But yeah, it's a super, super classic vibe. I think what I want from it is just a little bit more variation. Because it gets locked into, you're like more or less key of B minor here. And you're kind of floating around like G major 7, sharp 11-ish kind of vibes. And you kind of go down to E minor for a second. Ash, how's it going? Coming over from YouTube. Welcome, my friend. And then you've got a cool little turnaround that I think is sort of like something like that, which is a great, that's super classic. Super, super classic. But it's just kind of that vibe the entire time. So and then like the drum groove is pretty similar the entire time. Like a little bit of guitar comes in. But I think a vibe like this lends really well to just a little bit more going on and a little bit more variation. So I grabbed the bass because one thing I definitely think would be cool here like you've got the bass pretty much the whole time is more or less just doing that. Goodness, Ash. Goodness gracious. Big W's in chat for Ash, you guys. 5 gifted. That's incredibly generous of you, my friend. Thank you so much. Syncopated octaves, yes. Yeah, and just more, like a little bit more active, a little bit more movement on it. That is just so, so kind of you, Ash. Thank you very, very much, my friend. Very, very, very generous of you. Everybody blow up Ash with some love in chat. So like, I think that would be cool on the bass. I think moving the drums into a space where they've got full 2 and 4 on the snare. Cause you kind of have it in this, like it's only on beat 4. Pet toast. Well, we can absolutely do that. Let's set the bass down. Oh, and somebody asked how many basses I have. 2. This is a 74 jazz bass. And then we have the 78P bass back here. And then guitars, I have the Strat back there, black Strat. And then I've got this crazy ass monstrosity, which is our 8-string, which we love to play around with and do crazy metal and cool modern insanity on. But Ash, I know over on the YouTube side of things, you said you had a track that you wanted feedback on. If you do ! Feedback, you can jump right into queue and we will check it out in just a bit here. That chat command will get you a link to our feedback portal. So, but first, we got to pet the cat. He loves it. Okay, excellent. We will get to it in just a bit here. Called Time On. Very cool. I can't wait to hear it. So yeah, I think like a more active bass line, a more active drum groove that changes a little bit here as things go through Shibble. And then probably changing up the chords a little bit at some point, going to like a B section, going to a bridge section, you know. What could we do? What could we do? Hang on. You know, going chord progression change on the bridge. I heard something, yeah. And that changed, but it's still kind of fundamentally the same kinds of chords. And it's the same little like... It's kind of still in the same spot, right? Like it's just sort of you're just changing up the rhythm of the same types of chords that you're playing. I would want to see it go somewhere totally new and different, you know, somewhere more... You know, something really out of left field, because it's like a very fusion-y vibe that you've got going on. And so throwing some different, you know, some really different unexpected chord changes, moving into a completely different key even. You're in kind of a B minor space bass line. Go, like, you know, like this, like the tonic of the whole thing. Moving into doing some modal interchange, going into a completely different key could be very, very cool here. And really change things up nicely and give you a nice departure from that main groove. And then, yes, also somebody singing on it would be great. I would love to hear this with vocals. I could hear a very Michael McDonald-ish sort of a vibe. Oh, what did we get in our hype chest? Oh, we got a toast. We got a tiny little cat wearing sunglasses that looks like toast. That's fantastic. Choo choo, motherfucker. So Michael does right. Very cool, Ash. Yes, no, we accept literally any and all types of music here on stream. So you are all good there. We do pretty much anything and everything. Our only rule is no AI. And then like if it's like super vulgar, I might not play it all the way through. But that hasn't really ever happened yet. So 8core can attest to that. It's very, very true. Cool. I only do AI. Get out of here. But it's great, Shubble. It's really unique. I would love to hear vocals on it. And again, yeah, just like a little bit more variation in the drum groove, a little more active there, maybe a little bit more active in the bass line, and thinking a little bit more about those bridge changes and moving into a totally new space, harmonically, I think would be very, very cool on this one. But it's nice. Like the mix feels really tight. Cake. Yeah, and like I love all your playing. Like the keyboard parts sound great. The guitar parts sound really, really nice. I would love if you get vocals on this one. Please come back and share it again. I think that would be really, really cool to hear. But yeah, nice, very, very nice job, my friend. Very, very nice job. Okay, we're gonna circle around to Cakes because Cakes came up in queue a little while ago. We're gonna do Cakes. Then I want to check out Ash's track because Ash was very generous and gifted us 5 subs. So we're gonna bump him just a little bit and check out what's going on with his track, and then we will do Opal, Kirby, and continue on down the line. But we're in it to win it today. We're doing I want to go for quite a while. So do not worry. We will get to you. Fear not, and I appreciate you guys' patience. But Cakes, let's check out what you've got going on. This is very much a demo and work in progress. Understood, working in FL, sound choices, composition, arrangement. Cakes, for what it's worth, guys, has been streaming in voice chat in my Discord. So if you guys want to go hang out and watch Cakes work, 'cause Cakes is a very talented producer, I would recommend jumping into the Discord. !Discord will get you an invite. And you can go hang out with Cakes and watch him work. He's very, very good. And yes, we will drink some water.
Would you be careful with my heart? 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 Would you be careful with my heart?
Delicious. Absolutely delicious, Cakes. I feel like there's a little bit of low-end woof. I want to use the word woof. Just in that it feels like maybe the bit like your bass element, the super sub fundamental of it is actually like a little bit too much and is like being pumped out by the sidechaining a little bit. But I wouldn't overcorrect there because it's a really clean, nice sound. It just feels like it's about just like bring it back 10, 20%.
My heart, would you be careful?
I love boom, 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 boom. I love that sound. It's got like really nice cassette-y character.
With my heart,
It's got a little wobble to it. The character and texture you've got on that is chef's kiss.
would you be careful with my
I love how it feels like it's dancing between being a little bit reverbed and totally dry. This feels extremely organic in a really like pro level, really nuanced way. Which
Would you be careful with my heart?
right at some point, maybe. And obviously, like lushing out the groove, building out the groove. The groove is sick. But yeah, I love that snare sound too. That it's the perfect little, just a tiny knock. It's like a man in a dark alleyway just hitting the knocker on a door exactly once. Yeah, something super verby.
Would you be careful with my heart?
The ninth. Oh yeah. Get some. Oh yeah, all of it. Yeah, just a cool. I think piano could work. I think like a really clean bell, or kind of like a plucky-ish, belly-ish kind of a thing with a really nice ambient verb on it. Yeah, counter melody for sure, absolutely. Anything like that. But there's a lot of space up there for that. I could also hear a similarly textured pad. Huge respace could be cool. There's so much really, really, really cool room for really, really cool stuff here. But I love where it's at. And I think like if you took away that main synth
Would you be careful with my heart?
and did a section where like that main bodum, bodum, bodum goes away and you focus it on a respace and some really, like made the drums a little bit more intricate, would be a really cool section. Just like lean into a groove with a respace, and then maybe bring it back, add the piano, add a little bit, yeah, like a full groove breakdown. I wouldn't necessarily use acoustic sounds, but I will jam with it for a second because I feel like there's a lot of room also for some very cool
Careful
ghost
with
noting
my
stuff.
heart. Would you be careful with my heart?
Very delayed? How do you mean delayed? The video's delayed or the audio's delayed? Yeah, early on my headphones. That shouldn't be happening. Really? Well, that's a new problem. Yeah, I mean, all the audio is coming straight out of OBS. So that's bizarre.
Would you be careful with my heart?
How that shouldn't make any sense. I'm literally just sending Twitch a stereo feed out of OBS. No, that shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. Hey, that shouldn't be possible. Because literally the audio from the track is coming in directly from SoundCloud to my OBS, and the drums are coming into OBS. That's bizarre. I have no idea what that would be happening. Huh, because I'm certainly playing in time. At least I'm trying to. I don't know. Regardless, I think, even if it sounded weird there, we'll investigate that if it keeps happening. But you get the idea. You've got an enormous amount of room to do some really, really cool shit with this track is what I'm saying. So I think it's great. and it's a fantastic starting point. So I can't wait to hear what you do with it. I'm very, very excited. But thank you as always for sharing. Okay, we are going to jump over to Ash, a new friend of the channel, an incredibly generous gifter of 5 subs today. Thanks for sharing, man. Absolutely. But yeah, let's see here. Okay, we got working in Pro Tools, looking for feedback on mixing, mastering, songwriting, and recording. Unreleased as of right now. Okay, very cool. Let's give it a peek.
Now look here, son.
Yeah,
I got a problem, and I reckon you could help me with it.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking
know
more
this
of
is
your
the-
demolition skills.
It's the last time I be giving you a call back. I've been stuck inside this pound with my dogs at. If this bullet only grazed me, I'ma let it loose. Crazy, I was glazing that hate, cause I'm making my niggas movies, making money, but we shaking on my iPhone. Boobies trying to date me, I'm just trying to make her eyes roll. Rollie what I call it, cause she spinning like a cyclone. I ain't love shit, only want me cause my time on. It hit my line, need some money, but I spend it all on tight beats. Made it back in now, fucking shorty on some nice sheets. I swear I'm tired of that being last shit. Let me show you how it goes, buddy, stand back shit. Never scared to make a bitch like I'm making music. Never care, money coming, there ain't nothing to it. If you about it, make it known, buddy, come and prove it. Made it here alone, now you're calling, so I'm about to lose it. Last time I'll be giving you a call back. Promise you ain't here away from me now. Whole time I'll be giving all y'all slack. Lose the number, I ain't got it in my phone. Last time I'll be giving you a call back. I've been stuck inside this pound with my dogs at. If this bullet only grazed me, I'ma let it loose. Crazy, I was glazing that hate, cause I'm making moves.
All right. Very cool. It was groovy. This is from Ash $.
Glazing that hate, cause I'm making moves, making money, but we shaking on my cause we spinning like a cyclone.
So I think overall, it's a cool vibe. I think what I would, there's kind of a couple of ideas for you here. I know you said it's like unreleased, it's coming out, so I don't know if you're still actively working on it. But I think the number one thing that sticks out to me, and this is when you're going for really heavily distorted sounds like you've got on your kick here, and like real heavy clipping. If you're not careful, what you can run into is that you lose definition in the like low end, real true sub region of the spectrum. And so like if we isolate below 140 hertz on the
Love shit, only want me cause my time on. It hit my line, need some money, but
well, then you're okay. So 808 is a kick drum technically, but yeah, when you have a lot of distortion on it, you end up losing that really nice low fundamental, which is what really pushes subwoofers, right? So what I usually recommend doing in a circumstance like this is either layering something, right? So you could layer a second kick drum sample, or you could take 2 copies of your 808 and have one really clean and maybe a little bit lower in the mix, and then take one and let it be really, really distorted. And that will give you separate control over exactly how much really low sub information that you're getting out of it. Because if you just have one 808 and then you put a ton of clipping on it, like I said, you lose some of that real low, thick subbing. And that's the like flub, that clipping, that distortion kind of sounds like the sound that you get when you push subwoofers, but it doesn't actually push the subs. That distortion, that saturation is all mid-range, right? And so it can be a cool effect aesthetically, but if you just do it on one Opal, for what it's worth, you can type whatever you want. You'll respawn. You don't actually have to type respawn. And that goes for anybody. Anybody who says anything in chat, your old guy will drop in. But yeah, where you actually get that sub push is from way, way, way down, 60 hertz, 80 hertz, 40 hertz, way down in that region. So when you add that much distortion to something, it can interfere with the presence in that part of the frequency spectrum.
They come and prove it, made it here alone. Now I come, so I'm about to lose it. Last time I'll be giving you a call back. Promise you ain't here away from me now. Whole time I'll be giving all y'all slack. Lose the number, I ain't got it in my phone. Last time I'll be giving you a call back. I've been stuck.
It's mastered a little quiet for what I would kind of expect. I would expect it to be out. You're at looking like around -11, -12 LUFS. I could see you pushing that more into the -9, -8 region, just like stylistically. You know, a lot of stuff like this, more undergroundy type stuff, is pushed quite loud on the mastering end of things.
Got this pound with my dogs at. If this bullet only graze me, I'ma let it loose. Crazy.
You know, obviously, depending on where you're distributing to, it's going to be. Oh, okay, interesting. That could certainly do it.
I was glazing and I hate cause I'm making moves. Only what I call it cause we spinning like a cyclone. I ain't love shit, only want me cause my time on. They hit my line, need some money, but I spend it all on tight beats. Made it back in now, fucking shorty on some nice sheets.
I love that line, by the way. Had money, but I spent it all on type beats is really funny.
I swear I'm tired of that being last shit. Let me show you.
Yeah, no, that's a great line. I also could just use kind of more mid-range generally across the whole mix, particularly in the vocal. Vocal is nice and present. It's really clear. I understand everything that you're saying. I think that's really good. The production on the vocals, nice. I think the autotune is fine. Obviously, like stylistically fitting for this. But I would love to hear more. The eternal suggestion from Hate. I would love to hear more sort of low-end chest on your vocal. It feels a little bit.
Gold, but he stand back shit. Never scared to make a bitch like I'm making music. Never care, money coming, there ain't nothing to it. If you about it, make it known, buddy, come and prove it. Made it here alone, now I come, so I'm about to lose it. Last time I'll be giving you a call back.
Yeah, so the rest of the mix notwithstanding, I'm adding, 300-ish here, which I think.
Promise you ain't here away from me now. Whole time I'll be giving all y'all slack. Lose the number, I ain't got it in my phone. Last time I'll be giving.
Like you can hear that it makes an immediate difference listening again strictly to the vocals there. It really just lushes the vocals out. It makes them feel a little bit more present and a little bit more in your face in a nice way, I think. So yeah, I'd boost. Yeah, that was around 300 for me. Pretty wide band boost.
You a call back. I've been stuck inside this pound with my dogs at. If this bullet only graze me, I'ma let it loose. Crazy, I was glazing and I hate cause I'm making moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I think arrangement wise, I don't get a clear sense of a chorus here. I don't know if you're going after a clear sense of a chorus, but writing wise, it's pretty linear, at least to my ear. There's nothing that's jumping out to me as like a really clear, repeatable hook or a section where it's like, what we would call a chorus or a hook where it's just one clean phrase and then maybe some space that's repeated over and over again. If I'm missing something in there that is doing that, I apologize, but it just, the vocals are kind of nonstop and then the track ends. It's more of a mantra. Yeah. Okay. So, again, these are all creative choices, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. But generally, I like to hear, and I think really, really good first 4 bars. Okay. I think good writing is aware of space, right? Like silence or lack of sound is as valuable a songwriting tool as presence of sound. And that goes lyrically, that goes for vocals, that goes for kind of every instrument. We love to hear contrast between something being there and something not being there. And so I think really effective hooks tend to leave a lot of space in the bar. So, it's a simple phrase and then there's space for groove or maybe a little bit of vocal production or something a little bit different. And this is just kind of vocals and groove like all the way through, more or less, without ever really taking a breath or taking a pause. So, looking at it as like a mantra, that's a cool word for it. I get that, but just more as a general writing note, I think that, having just keeping in mind that having some space in there is a good call. Ad. Oh no. Ad. Let me know when you're back. Is Ash in an ad? No? Okay, good. Yeah, I thought not because you gifted a bunch of subs. So we're back. Okay, great. Yes, you did. Twitch is weird sometimes. I have no idea. Okay, great. We're back. Anyways, yeah, so that's less of a like, I don't think you necessarily need to like quote unquote fix it or whatever. It's not like that. But just as a general thought, I think, and that is, I hear it very commonly in this kind of like in these genres of trap and underground and all the rap, all this stuff, where there's a tendency to get pretty wordy. And the tracks that I hear that I really like and I think hit well with people have a good balance of like verses that get very wordy and very rhythmic, and then hooks that are a lot more spacious and a lot more like identifiable and a lot more repeatable by people. Like that's something they can walk away and really remember, hum to themselves, sing to themselves. Do you like the cover? I am not much of a visual art guy, but yeah, looks all right. I like Hennessy. Hennessy's tasty. Okay, we'll circle back around to you, Opal. I think it's got good color contrast. Yeah, I'm probably not the guy to ask on covers. It certainly pops. The blue and the sort of red-orange is nice. But yeah, so I think, again, kind of in summary, more transient definition and more low end on the kick, on the 808, which could be, a layered thing, or could be like, again, taking a second copy of that 808 and sort of blending it in so that you have more good, clean, low fundamental. Snares, topper elements sound like they're in a good spot, a little more low end on the vocal. Think about cooking the master a little bit hotter. And I said this might be unmastered, so that's understandable. And then, yeah, just like generally, just sort of general writing thoughts. If you can have, I would say try to leave a little bit more space in general. And if the purpose of the tune is to resonate and connect with people and be super accessible, having good, clear song structure with a good, clear hook that has space in it and is simple and a phrase people can immediately hear, relate to, and learn, and so that they could like sing it back at you. That's always going to hit really, really well because people are going to go away from the tune. That's the bit they're going to remember. That's the bit that they're going to Google when they want to go listen to the track again if they don't remember what it was called, So just some general thoughts there for you. But it's nice. It's well put together. It's polished, and I hope the release goes well. And I hope there were some helpful ideas in there for you. But we're going to keep it cooking. You can do something to it. I am happily. If you want to hit me up on Discord, I'm always happy to chat. If you want to mix or anything, Donna, I'm happy to chat with you about that. In terms of doing something on stream right now, probably not. But yeah, feel free to hit me up on Discord and jam with it. Sure, why not? Kirby, you're up next. Because we're going to skip over Opal Wins for a minute. But yeah, if people don't mind, yeah, I can jam over it for a second. Sure. I'm always down for that. We'll play some drums. Or do you want, here, I'll give you the choice, Ash. Do you want drums or do you want guitar? I haven't played any guitar yet today. I feel like those would be the two most appropriate things here. All right. Yeah. Let's, do we want 8-string or do we want Strat? Honestly, Strat. Let's do Strat. The Strat's been feeling good recently. I just changed the strings on it, so yeah, let's shred some guitar. You guys will have to let me know if the weird delay thing is happening. Yeah, but I just, I'm feeling Stratty. I don't know. That's a terrible tone. Not delayed? Good. I don't know what the hell was going on with that. Let's see here. All right.
Now look here, son.
Yeah,
I got a problem, and I reckon you could help me with it.
yeah.
No, I was thinking more of your demolition skills.
It's the last time I be giving you a call back. I've been stuck inside this pound with my dogs at. If this bullet only grazed me, I'ma let it loose. Crazy, I'm just crazy, man. Cause I'm making moves. Making money, but we shaking on my own phone. You tryna get me, I'm just tryna make a high zero. Only what I call it, cause you swinging like a sign for a fine little shit. Only want me cause my time low. Stay in my line, need some money, but I spend it all on tight beats. Made it back in, I'm fucking shorty on some nice sheets. I swear I'm tired of that game last shit. Let me show you how it goes, but it's stand back shit. Never scared to make a bitch like I'm making music. Never care when you come here, you ain't so if you won't let it, make it home, buddy, come through. We made it here alone, now you're coming, so I'm about to lose it. Last time I'll be giving you a call back. Promise you ain't run away from me, no. Whole time I'll be giving all your slack. What's the number? I ain't got it on phone. Last time I'll be giving you a call back. I've been stuck inside this pound with my dogs at. If this bullet only grazed me, I'ma let it loose. Crazy, I was glazing, man. Hate, cause I make a move.
This is like classic. This is like sort of a Luca 3 tone. Technically, it's Rebbe on the side is who did this particular set. But let me tune this thing. It was like horribly out of tune. Oh yeah, it is horribly out of tune. Fucking G strings on a Strat, man. OTT on the DI. Yeah, if you want all of the hum and buzz in the entire world, then sure. Somebody clip it for this man. Anyways, sick track. I'm a fan. Kirby. Gate. I mean, I suppose. Kirby, are you still in here? I don't think I've seen you for a bit. Kirby. Oh, yes, there you are. Great. Sorry, I just pinged you. Let's keep it moving. Thanks for the track, Ash. I hope you enjoyed the guitar. Mix master, composition, sound design is what we're looking for feedback here. Yep. Check out the mix for sure. Couple months old track that I've reworked, remastered. Would love to hear what you think. Okay, fantastic. Zoop. Chat, I have to jam drums to this, right? There's no choice. Jesus, Kirby. Jesus, man. My drums are already a part of that? Where? That's so cool. Is that them? I'm honored. Some of the ghost notes. Aw, that's really neat, Kirby. That makes me very happy. This is incredible. It sounds fantastic. I have one thing I'm going to check and then one small thing. Okay, good. Nice, clean mono. Okay, so low end is super clean. I just wanted it felt a little wide, but you've got it well balanced, and nice and tight down in the subs. So that's good. My only other thought is in these like really heavy sound designy breaks, real good, like, kind of glitchy breaks. Right here, when you go to this groove, what I will call respectfully an oompa groove, I would keep the staggered second kick, because that, at least to me, the straight up and down 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 really fights against the drum and bass feel. Like drum and bass is so built around and you've established that so strong throughout the rest of the tune that taking that away and going to like what is kind of a 2/4 thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, breaks it for me for a second, and I kind of lose the momentum of the groove. That's literally, I would just scoot those kicks, the second kick in those phrases. Other than that, the mix is pristine. It is as clean as the snow-driven peaks of the Alps. I love it. Everything's beautifully balanced. It's super detailed. Your low end is thick. All parts of the frequency spectrum are really nice and present. I love the chomp on that bass. Chomp, 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 chomp. It's really satisfying. It might be like slightly peaky around 2 to 5K ish in there. ever so slightly, you could maybe just on the master, like a little dynamic EQ, and I mean like 1 dB, just mellow it out slightly around 5K, maybe 6K, somewhere in there. It's like maybe just a little bit aggressive in that area. It's sick though. It's beautifully put together, really, really cool grooves, really, really interesting and original vibes. It grooves like a motherfucker. It's great. 10 stars, gold plus A. Exceptional work on this. Since I'm literally already playing drums on it, I will refrain, but it's sick, man. Fantastic work. Okay. Thank you for sharing. I love it. Opal, you are back and you are up next. Yeah, so 10 stars, gold plus A. 100%. You brag about that. We'll send you a certificate. I'm very excited to hear this. Track is almost completed, like 95%. I want to bathe in that groove for the rest of my life. I want to retire and submerge myself in that groove and never leave.
Pyro_the_0 wants feedback on this song.
Fuck off, Opal. Jesus Christ. I'm honestly speechless. That is one of the strongest pieces I think I've ever heard on stream. That's not good. That's extraordinary. From a sound design perspective, from a writing perspective, that's just extraordinary. I don't really have much to say beyond that. The groove that you go like that you drop into this is ridiculous. I think at the beginning I could use a little more variance in texture on this sort of vocally. Put a filter on it that opens up, reverb that, you pull back the wet mix, like, so it evolves a little bit more, that lead over the intro, and kind of starts maybe small or distant or dark or, lush or whatever, and then arrives at the kind of where it's at, which is pretty dry. Yeah, just like a little bit more sound designy nuance there. Obviously, and then like when the groove first comes in, it's like a little quiet, like volumes are a little bit odd at the beginning. So I know in mastering, you'll sort that out. But the transitions, ridiculous. I mean, this is just and then the only other thing, and this is like totally over the top, but I'll do it. Just you and I have talked about the cool kind of progressive, jazzy, drummy stuff, and you start doing it a little bit, but you can push it further here. Hang on. Hopefully the drums are in time again now. Sorry, it's back here. Yeah. Where that ride cymbal starts to come in. Obviously, that's hard to do when you're just like programming, but breaking more into that stuff. Is there still a delay? That's so bizarre. I don't know how that is happening because there's not with the piano. What? It's completely in time in my headphones. Hang on. Help me troubleshoot this real quick, guys. I'm going to play quarter notes on piano. Is that in time? It's delayed? How? Hang on. This makes absolutely no sense to me. Because there's literally, there's no offsets anywhere in OBS. it's like coming out of OBS on time. I'll watch the VOD back. Okay, whatever. That's dumb. I don't know what's going on. I'll have to figure that out. Anyways, you get my point. I'll stop playing over stuff then if something is terribly wrong. Which there clearly is, just very sad. Anyways, it's a remarkable track, man. That's the bottom line. I have no notes for you other than that. The mix sounds fantastic. It's super well balanced, and just the how you are able to put compositions together is just simply jaw dropping. I really hope that you and I get a chance to work together someday on something. And please always hit me up on Discord. Yeah, I know it's bumming me out, Blue. Because Opal, I think you and I would work extremely well together in terms of like producing something. I don't know what it would be. It would be an OST or just something for fun. But it's you really have an ear. You understand how things need to move and flow in a way that very few people have. And your sound is completely unique. If I heard one of your tracks in the wild, I would immediately know it's you, which is saying something, like, especially in this day and age. So I haven't ever heard anything like it. So it's a huge inspiration to me to get better. So I commend you. It's really fucking amazing. Okay, well, we're going to keep things moving along here. Eichelschman. It's well deserved. I mean, it's truly, you don't hear stuff that nuanced and that well crafted often. And I listen to a lot of music, obviously. I do this all the time. And Opal stuff always stands out as just like, wow. Anyways, great job, man. That's all I can say. Eichelschman, thank you for your patience, my friend. Thank all of you for your patience. I know we're a little behind here, but hopefully we're having fun. I'm certainly having a lot of fun. All right. Kind of inspired by Keizo. Interesting. Working in FL Studio, mainly looking for mixing. Pyro, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, big ups to Opal, and that is for sure. Okay, let's check. That's what it's all about. You never know where inspiration comes from. Really nice work. Also really well crafted. Feels very polished. I think my general thoughts here, the mix feels really good overall. One thing I'm missing a bit of is real good. I mean, we talk, this comes up a lot, is real good, low, clean, fundamental sub, right? So really nice work on the sound design on all the basses. And like, there's a lot of really, really cool stuff going on, but I'm not getting a lot of like pure low end out of them. And so a trick that I suggest a lot is take what your basses are doing, copy over the part of like, whatever your main bass is, onto like Vital or Serum, and just like put a sine wave, just like a straight up sine wave. Sidechain it, obviously, and then that gives you a really clean copy of whatever your basses are doing, that you can blend into taste and get, because like if we listen to your mix below 100, that's 140, there's 200. Like the kick has good presence, but there's no like bass, right? There's no like fundamental clean low end. So you've got the mop, 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 right? And then you've got the kind of second part there. It could be either of those, could even be both. You combine both of those, those MIDI parts essentially into one track, or one of the other, kind of, pick and choose, and then have that be that really low fundamental, just pure sine, and blend that into taste. And it'll really reinforce the low end of the track. I would probably do the alternate, that like the syncopated one, because the main is on the kick. So with side chaining, you're going to kind of lose it anyways. But yeah, or you could even just write a whole new part. Yeah, like a low bass counter melody. Counter melody maybe, but just a bass line of some kind, either reinforcing those or something that's on its own that exists down in that 60, 80, 100 hertz space. Square with high cut, like with a low pass on it. Maybe the thing that is nice about sine is that there's no, anytime you're introducing upper structure harmonics into a sound, so, second order, third order, distortion, anything like that. If you go to that link, Blue, feedback.anathanscott.com, you can see the cue. You're in the next couple, I think. Sign is clean, just an issue and change notes. It can be that honestly comes down more to the space that you're listening in, and how you are doing your EQing across the track. Because yeah, if you've got like surgical EQing down in that range, yes, individual notes can be louder or quieter. No worries, Opal. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for sharing, man. Sub bad just for the drop. I mean, it's just kind of in general. It's a little stronger there, but still, like, I want to hear something that's an octave down even from any of that. Welcome in, Michael. How's it going? Yes, so just a quick spiel for you, Michael. And since we probably have another few new friends in here, I'll do my quick spiel so you know what's going on. Hi, I'm Nathan Scott. Welcome in. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm a professional producer, composer, mixmaster, engineer, multi-instrumentalist. I've been in business for 16 years. And yes, today is Feedback Tuesday. Normally it's on Mondays, but I was sick over the weekend, so I took yesterday off. So yeah, we're just checking out people's tracks. I am giving them feedback. from the perspective of somebody who's been doing it for a long time and, gets pretty technical with mixing and mastering and production, all that kind of stuff. But most of what my stream is about is doing work for clients and artists. I do a lot of scoring of indie video games. And I work in every genre imaginable. We have a pop rock record that we're working on right now, a avant-garde pop record with an artist in LA that we're working on. We also have, I think, 5 different games in production that we're writing music for, everything from lo-fi to, sci-fi, horror, all kinds of different stuff. So yeah, it's a lot of me talking about my process, how I write, how I compose and produce, the tools that I use, plugins, DAW, music theory, how, all that kind of stuff. So, but then we also do a lot of feedback for people. Just check out tracks and, see if we can help people come up with ideas or, make their mixes better or anything like that. So, let's see here. So the sub is mostly on the kick. It's the only part that'd be hitting on the sub is the club. You basically drop the song, it would sound like a break in a set instead of a drop. All I do is you can implement it and you're done. Yes, generally speaking. Yeah. I mean, the best tracks have really good interplay between kick and bass, right? So when you're doing, anything housey, trancey, techno-y, anything that is 4 on the floor based, you kind of want to get that womp, womp, right, where the kick hits and you get good transient definition and low end punch. I always call it like chest punch from the kick. And then the side chaining ducks your bass element out of the way, right? And then your bass can swell in a little bit and you get that good, strong, low, right? And it creates this really exciting interplay. Interplay between those two elements. So when you don't have good low fundamental, you have the kick there, but it can make those interstitial spaces feel very empty. Yes, you do exclamation point feedback, Michael. And that will get you a link to my little feedback portal on my website. You're also welcome to check out my website at nathanscott.com if you are so inclined. And you can submit
MCHL 51 wants feedback
and you
on
are
their
not being
song.
impolite at all. All are welcome, all genres. The single rule that we have is nothing AI related at all. Yeah, jump into the Discord as well, by all means. Exclamation point Discord will get you an invite. But yeah, so I would think about that, Eichelschman. The other thing is... it's dynamic and you go to quite a few different places in terms of the groove and the density and stuff, but I hear you reusing a lot of the same parts and melodies. So like this build and this build feel a little copy pasted. So, it's the same synth sounds, it's the same melodies, it's the same lines, it's the same textures. And while I like your arrangement in that it goes different places and stuff comes in, goes out, builds, drops, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Pyro. I duly noted. I'm sorry we couldn't get to you. I appreciate your patience, but if you want to swing back by tomorrow, we will be live doing feedback for the first hour or so of stream at 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central European time. So I would welcome you to come back. I definitely would love to check out the track, but we like to chat, we like to listen. So I appreciate your patience. I'm sorry we couldn't get to you today, but swing back by anytime. We will check it out. So yeah, I would just think of, maybe is there a way to change up the melodies, change up the parts a little bit, change up the sounds, add effects, take effects away, do something to just give it a little bit more dimension in the melody, harmony, notes space, right? Because it does, where it is right now, it does just feel like a few core loops that have been well arranged from front to back, and it goes a few different places, but I definitely feel like I'm hearing the same ideas multiple times, which can kind of lessen the impact of things, right? So yeah, those would be my thoughts, just more of that sub-fundamental thinking about that portion of the arrangement. Other than that, it's, the mix is, like I said, very well balanced. I like all the sounds that you've chosen. It all works together really well. It's got really good energy to it. Oh, thanks, Michael. I appreciate it. Yeah, that portal is designed by Supertonic, who is our wonderful moderator. He's not in here right now. He's also a very talented developer, and built that for me custom. Built that for us to use. So we big W's for Supertonic. We love him. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for sharing, Eichelschman. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Okay. We have just a few more in queue here. We've got Blue, followed by Hate, Michael, Blanket Beats, and then Michael 51. We have Michael J and Michael 51 in here, or Michael MX, or I can't remember. We have two Michaels, is my point. Blue, you are up, my friend. Thank you, Eichelschman, for sharing again. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Learn a lot for your advice. Thank you. I'm so glad. Tell me what you think. You can skip the intro because it is a long... You just go by MX. Okay, great. So we have MX then. You can skip the intro because of the long track. Understandable. Okay, great, Real So. Yeah, I mean, we're not ending stream anytime soon, so we'll get to everybody. I actually think the guitar sounds quite nice. It's like really compressed, but in kind of a cool way. Thank you, Real So. Absolutely. Good to see you, by the way. I don't think I said that. Excellent thoughts, Michael. Yeah. Blue, I love I always love hearing your stuff because I know when you very first started coming into the stream, you were like relatively new to producing and stuff, and it's been very cool to like listen to you like learn new tricks and stuff. And you're like night and day from where you started. No, this is really cool. It's a vibe. I would have so honestly, it's Michael is very good ears, Michael. You are hearing a lot of the things that I'm hearing. So transient on the kick to cut better through the mix. Yeah, I think that's part of the phasing issue that you're talking about. Basically, uh, 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 what I'm noticing here, Blue, is the bass sound that you're using is extremely subby, which is cool and does work well for dub. Dub, sub kind of go hand in hand. But there's that bass is quite hot and it's really kind of like only sub. I wish there was a little bit more top end to it. But I would recommend learning about what side chaining is. This would be a good next thing for you. Like you said, you've learned about reverb, and I hear delay in there, which is great. Dubby delays, which is awesome. Side chaining is a really useful thing. Basically, side chaining is you can take one sound and feed that sound into a compressor that is on a different sound, right? So it's the idea of like you put a compressor on your bass, right? And then you also have your kick drum. Well, you can send an extra little copy of your kick drum to the compressor on your bass that triggers that compressor to turn your bass down only when the kick is happening, right? So you hear this, we were just talking about it in like an electronic music context, but we use it all the time in different types of mixing. I have side chained, basses and kicks and stuff on rock records and on pop records and all, it's a very common and very popular production technique. So it's a cool thing for you to learn about because you'll learn more about how compression works and you'll learn more about just how to get good balanced mixes. Because I think what's happening here is your kick's probably a little quiet, but your bass is really overwhelming your kick. There might be some phasiness going on. There might just be not enough room in the mix for your kick to really punch through. But bottom line, that you've got so much sub in that bass that it's kind of taking everything over a little bit. So side chaining is the secret trick to balancing those two things. Because it's just a cool technique that you use to get one thing out of the way of another thing. You can side chain anything, but the most common way to do it is to use your kick drum and then side chain other parts of your mix to the kick drum to make sure that kick punches through really nice and present. You can divide the bass in two parts, like sub below 120 and mono, added stereo bus. Low cut, you make the top bass stereo and you have more control. Yes, you can absolutely do that. That's very true. I think with something like this, I would just go for like more of a nice, that's also very true, MX. I would go for more of like a P bass kind of a sound here. I don't know if you have a bass guitar. You're certainly quite adept at playing, stringed instruments, Blue. So if you don't, I would say pick one up. And if you do, I would do real bass on this. And having good low end is of course important, but having a little bit of that finger noise as well. Why are you so farty and loud? That's crazy. Oh, that's why. There we go. Pitch down my guitar or detune it usually. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that works too. But just having a little bit more of the finger noise in the bass sound here would be really cool. What key are you in on this? Also, if you look at, and this is why I always recommend, listen to records in the style. If you listen to old dub records, if you listen to old Bob Marley and old, oh God, I'm completely blanking. Bobby Brown and all the other old classic reggae guys. A lot of those bass players, I actually got to open for the Wailers once, and I got to meet Aston Barrett, who's Bob Marley's bass player. And yes, I will ping you. Hey, don't you worry. You are up next, by the way, actually. You're up next, followed by MX. Blanket Beats, Michael, Realso, and Caballo, who just jumped into queue. So, yes. Do listen to those guys. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I got to meet Aston Barrett, which is really cool because I listened to his playing a lot growing up. But a lot of those bass lines they're really melodic and they're really simple. So like your bass line is very just like... It's just like a lot of low E. Those guys are much more like... And then a lot of space. A lot of triads. Right? So I would experiment with bass lines more in that style, with more space to them, more melody to them. And that'll help leave more space for like your kick and those other elements as well. But other than that, like it's cool, it's vibey. I really like the piano solo. Your guitar playing sounds great. Yeah, reggae is swung 16th. Usually I would say 20 to 40%. But that's, you know, especially if you're playing stuff. And you can absolutely octave your guitar down and like play with a pick. And then just boost like the low fundamental, or there's even some plugins that will help like revoice your guitar to sound more like a bass. I know Amplitude has some stuff like that in it. But yeah, I think mainly where I would say you should focus next is on that kick bass balance in the low end of the mix. And yeah, get a bass. They're super fun and they're cheap. This is a 1978 and I paid $200 for it. I mean, that's kind of rare, but you know, we love this thing. So anyways, but really, really nice job. Like I said, it's always cool to watch you continue to learn and do fun new shit. So, yeah, am I from the US? Yes, I live in New York City. But yeah, great job. And yeah, go learn about sidechaining and you're gonna do real good. Thank you, Blue. I appreciate you, man. We'll keep things cooking here. I appreciate your patience. Hate, you are up, my friend. I cannot for the life of me match Animals as Leaders mixes. Nobody can, especially with the newest record. I've been working on this for a few weeks, spent so much time in the mix, I actually forgot to compose. So it's still very bare bones, planning to add some leads. Okay. Duly noted. I'm very interested if Animals as Leaders is the reference for this. This is really nice. Hate like just said 2 minutes ago that he was in here, and now I don't know if Hate is. I think Hate might still be working. But Hate has been pinged, so I don't want to give too many thoughts. Yeah, I generally agree, Michael. We would call this progressive metal. It's like generally how I think of this. I'm sure people have a bunch of other words that they use to describe it, but yeah, main thing here is less width, a little bit. Then yeah, kick is very, and the drums generally are just very built up around, kind of the whole mix is very built up around 250, 300 area. Yeah, literally just cutting 250 and adding, what is that, 3.5, 3K, 4K, immediately gets it closer. But we'll wait till Hate chimes back in. Because I moved right along because I assumed Hate was still in here, but I think Hate is AFK again for a minute, which is kind of funny. Hate. Blanket beats. Boom. Ah. What's happening? Explosions. Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. We love Pultecs around here, Michael. I used to have 2 of them. No longer. Now I'm all digital. I'm all shiny and blinky lights. No more analog gear for me. Too time consuming. I love analog gear. A clone. But yeah, I had a pair of I think those were the Clark Technics. Oh, thank you, Blanket Beats. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I used to have all the toys. I had a pair of Pultecs. I had a pair of 1176s. I had a pair of 1073s. I had a pair of AM864 clones, like Veramu tube compressors. I had an SSL bus, G bus compressor. I had, oh my God. I had so much shit. I had so much outboard gear. It was crazy. I had like 30 U. No, you didn't miss everything. You literally just missed me listening to it, but you've already heard it. No, so wanting to sound animals as leaders E, you're very close. I would say less wide on the guitar stuff. So, or if there's just a way, instead, like it feels like it's very hard left, hard right, I would put it 60-60. Because it's not, I mean, their mixes are definitely wide, but that width comes from a lot of layering usually, from what I understand. Yeah, bring those guitars in. Hopefully, if they're stereo signal, this is really the way to do it. Bring those into like 50 left, 50 right, so that you have a little bit of crosstalk between the 2 channels. That'll make it feel a lot more like chunky in the middle, because right now it feels very like we've got guitars, and then we've got drums, and I want it to feel a little more spread around. 2 mono signals. Okay, so then here's what I would do. And let me know if Twitch says an ad, but let me know if you're in an ad. If they're mono, bring them into 50-50 and then add a really short ambiance verb. Good. Excellent. Yeah, add like a short tail, relatively wide. Yeah, like a room verb. Exactly. Like a short tail, like a half-second tail room verb. And make sure it's, you clean the lows out of it. Yeah, and then put them 50-50 left and right. And then let that ambiance verb just fill up a little bit more space around those. But you don't obviously want them like verby. You're just using it to give them kind of the illusion of stereo width, right? Or another thing you could do is you could use a plugin like Real ADT from Waves that is like not a chorus or anything like that, but a doubler. And put them like 10-10 left and right, and then use a doubler to copy the signals out and get them extra wide. Because guitars like that are definitely about hard panning, but it's about having just layers really spread throughout the stereo image, and not just, if you had lyrics, then sure, but you could push them harder. But for instrumental, you want a pretty wide spread on them and good presence throughout the image. The other thing here, and this is just a minor EQ tweak, your drums are a little woofy 2 to 300, and then lacking a little bit of like upper mid, lower top end. So what I did was I just threw a dip at 250 and a little hump around, I think it was 3K. And just even that, yeah, it does a lot, exactly. So somebody suggested like the Pultec trick on the low end, which could definitely help here, or using like a Pultec MEQ5 would be a great play here if you want to go something a little bit more vibey and old school. But just like, yeah, just generally a little more top end, scoop out that mud region on the drums is going to get you a really, really long way. And that, like, the kicks in this kind of stuff they come from the kind of metal world of mixing kicks, which is all about the scoop. It's all about like 60 and then like 2K on the kick, and there's nothing in the middle. Which is they would usually on a kit like this, if I were recording a band like this, I would put like a 57 pointed directly at the kick beater. And then put, a 47 FET or something in front of the kick over the hole. And like that would be my low end pump. And I would focus that completely in the subs. And then I would literally have a mic pointed directly at the kick beater hitting the kick head. And that would be all that like top end snap. And then you just flip the phase, obviously. And you get crazy upper mid attack and then crazy low thump. And then your bass kind of sits, because the basses are usually really gritty on this stuff, the bass sits a little up more 100-ish in there. And then that like grit, like that finger grit up in the top end as well. But the bass fills a little more of the mid-range. And the kick is all about like, the bass really on that stuff is usually more about mid-range definition. And it still has good sub presence. But the bass head and me can't help myself. Yes. And that's, like a great bass tone for this stuff is usually very present, even up 400, 500, in that real mid-range kind of throat area. So I think those are good starting points. And then, once you get your leads in there, scoop it less, scoop your bass less, let your bass fill out that mid-range. You want the top end of your bass should meld with the chugs. That's the interesting thing about Polymeter is great. Like the writing's great. The groove is super cool. It's 5/4. So, and it is polymeter, not polyrhythm. Very good. Hey, absolutely. No, that stuff's awesome. Like the writing of it sounds great and is very on point for this style. I'm more just talking about the mix here. So that's very classic. But no, my brother-in-law Joe Gamble, who is here in chat with us from time to time, he pokes his head in. He was in a band with Matt Garska for a while, which was pretty cool. I never got to meet him or talk to him, but apparently he's a very nice guy. Well, it's a nightmare to play too. If I were mastering a record like this, I would not go for -8 to -5. That's very hot. I would go like -10, probably -11. That's not. I don't think you can. Well, why don't you play it then? Why would you program it if you can play it? Ugh. -10 is crazy for sound design stuff, but not for a rock record. -10 is very, very normal for a rock record. You don't have an interface. Well, we got to get you an interface, buddy. What are you doing? You're going crazy for not having an interface. You do crazy shit. That's wild. You should get an interface. They're like $50 for a perfectly fine one. I mean, I guess I have not looked at those records specifically, but I would be pretty surprised if Animals as Leaders was mastering mastering to -5. I guess maybe they would be, but knowing some guys in that space, I have not. It was around -8. Interesting. Well, I will look into that. I would be surprised, but anyways. Regardless, it's solid. Yeah, just like a few EQ things here and there, and I think you will be in good shape with it. So, nice work as always, and thank you for sharing. MX, you are up next, followed by Blanket Beats, Michael 51, Real So, and Kabbalah. Yeah, very dope track. Agreed. MX. MX. Yes, you're here. Excellent. Okay. Got to say stuff about the track on the website. This is one of my first commercial-ish tracks, which I finished released. Mostly make darker stuff. I just need general feedback on the mix production, which you can improve on in future projects. Okay, very cool. Good to know. We're working in FL here. And thank you, by the way, for your patience. I appreciate it. I know we're a little behind, but we're getting caught up here. So.
Well, this is Ira alongside Fireboy and Sub Focus. I know say this one well dangerous. Hear this?
You know me, a original Don, original my champion. Born in a this a veteran. If you know man, I did gun. If you know man, I did gun. If you know man, I did gun. If you know man, I did. If you know man, I did. If you know man, I did.
Original Dan. Anyway you see me know me a the champion. The bumbo clad baseline it a fi run. You know we money can done. Well if a dem a chat bout original Dan. Phenomenal the Dan Gargan. Sub Focus and Ira the dance ram. So put up on her and if you a real bad man, show respect to the original Dan.
You know me a original Dan.
So put up on her and if you a real bad man,
you know me a original Dan.
show respect to the original Dan.
Love it.
All original room boys and room girls. All select all DJ. Hear this?
You know me a original Dan, original mic champion.
Hear this?
You know me a original Dan, original my champion. Born in a this a veteran. If you know man, I did gun. If you know man, I did gun. If you know man, I did gun.
Original Dan. Anyway you see me know me a the champion. The bumbo clad baseline it a fi run. Original Dan. Clap it up, you know we money can done. Well if a dem a chat bout original Dan. Original Dan. Clap it up, you know we money can done. Well if a dem a chat bout original Dan.
You know me a original Dan.
So put up on her and if you a real bad man,
You know me a original Dan.
show respect to the original Dan.
Very, very interesting. So really well crafted, very polished. I think my main thought here is the vocals are really, 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 really loud to me. I really like a nice present vocal. They feel very, very out front, and I'm missing some energy in the kick and the snare. Vocals are also really wide, which is cool, but they're wide and low. And when you have things that wide, it's easy for them to feel a little bit loud. So I want to, hang on, give me a second here, because there's a thing that I want to try. How the hell do I put this into, I can link bands, I guess, is fine. I want to try, what's the best way to go about this? If I just turn down the sides on the mix, I'm curious what happens. Wait, what happened?
So put up on her, and if you a real bad man,
You know me, a original done. Original, my champion. Born in a this a veteran. You feel no man at the dongle gun. You feel no man at the dongle gun. You feel no man at the dongle gun.
you know we money can done. Well, if I them a chat about original done.
Yeah, I think fundamental. I'm trying to think about a couple of different things here at once, but really, I think just mainly, yeah, the vocals just feel quite high. I would, if I were mixing this track, I think everything is really, really nice, really clean, really well balanced, but just like 3 or 4 dB less on the vocals, and then take the 2 clicks up on the kick and the snare. And especially like the real low end on the kick.
No man a the dan gargan. So focus on Naira the dance ram. So put up on her
And a little bit of even high passing on the vocals, a little bit more than it is. Because like if like this is just isolating the whole mix below 180. There's not a whole lot of definition down in there, right? And like I want more like thump. I want more chest in the kick. Even maybe a little bit more side chaining, a little bit more aggressive side chaining between the bass and the kick, so that you have like really strong, clear sub fundamental on the bass, really strong, clear thump in the kick. And then the vocals are a little bit back and a little bit up out of that region to make sure that all that stuff down there is really nice and clean and clear, right? That's going to give you a lot of impact. Yeah, because like even right there, like that kick is just not, I want it to slam me a lot.
show respect to the original done.
I love that delay right there. It was really nice. Really, really well done.
All original room boys and room girls. All select all DJ.
You know me a original Dan. Original mic champion.
You know me, a original.
I like how that builds back up. I like the amount of space in it is really nice. Like all your arrangement stuff is excellent. Your sound choices are excellent. The vocals are awesome. Yeah, just a little less and then more energy in the kick, more sub fundamental that's cleaned around the kick. And just kind of more low end and low mid push out of the groove overall, I think, and pull the focus more into where it's balanced between the vocals and the kick. Right now it feels very like vocals are right here, and then there's also a drum and bass groove. And I want it to feel more just like, an overall, gut punch, so to speak. But again, production wise, all that stuff is excellent. The arrangement I think is really good. Somebody said it feels a little empty in the middle. I don't personally think so. I like a lot of space like that, and I think it's tastefully done here. Also, Timothy Mort, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. And yeah, go ahead and jump in queue. We'll get to you in just a bit here. But really nice work on this, MX. It's a very, very cool track. And what I'm talking about is just a general balance thing. It's not really a, it's on the nitpicky and more kind of technical side. How you put the groove together, how you arranged it, the choice of vocals, all that stuff, your sound design is all excellent. So very nice work overall. But thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. Pyro had to go, so we are going to jump over Pyro here. Okay, I will also say we've got how many people we got here? Come on, Q. My Q panel is not responding. One moment. Oh. Yes, Pyro did leave. There we go. Great. Okay, up next we've got Blanket Beats, followed by Michael 51, followed by Real So. Followed by Caballo. And then I think we also will have our new friend, Timothy Mort, joining the queue as well. So I am going to go ahead and say last call for queue. If anybody is watching who wants to jump in queue, do so now. We are going to close queue in just a moment and start winding down for the day. But Blanket, you are up, my friend. Working in FL Studio, looking for feedback on sound choices. Interesting. Random Style went weird with new plugins. I love going weird with new plugins. One of my favorite activities.
Camila.
Excellent. Interesting. Very, very experimental vibes here. Yeah, sorry, I'm listening because this is a really interesting mix to try to pick apart, because you've got like the main sort of kick drum sounds almost like a bunch of people like stomping on the floor, which is a cool vibe, but it's really like broad spectrum sonically, so it's got like, you know, really a lot of frequencies from low to high basically. So it feels like it's kind of like you've got a nice low Reese kind of bass vibe, yeah. And I feel like I want like more of that, and it feels like something in the low end. There's just like a lot of stuff going on the low end that's kind of interfering with that. Yeah, like there's a lot of like crackle down in there, which is interesting. So I might think about maybe either sidechaining or bringing that respace up a little bit in the mix overall. Sound choices wise, which is like the main thing that you were asking for feedback on, is, I mean, it's, you know, it's definitely on the experimental side. I think it's cool. I think it all works. Yeah, I might think about bringing that up a little bit, or just making it so that it's a little more present in the mid-range, maybe? Yeah, I think just generally more presence down there would be good. And also the mix overall, and this could be more of an arrangement thing, sound choice kind of a thing, is there's not much going on in the mids. I don't know. You're kind of throwing me through a loop here because it is a very it's a very unusual track. It's very experimental production wise, which I think is cool. That's not like a complaint or a shot at all. I think it's really interesting, but it's hard to recommend oh, you should put this kind of a synth. I would just I would say less. I wouldn't have explicit sound choice recommendations, but just something in that region. You've got kind of a rippy saw sound going on, which is cool. Something maybe in that vein, something synthy, something saw-y. I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like there could be something more rich and present in the mid-range. I would not add white noise. So white noise is 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, broad spectrum, pure noise. I would, layered breakbeat could work there. That's an interesting idea for sure. White noise is honestly going to make any issues in your low end and in your top end worse because it's going to add just noise across the frequency spectrum. But yeah, I would say a saw of some kind might be nice. A pad of some kind, a nice rich MIDI pad. Mid-rangey, not MIDI, MIDI, but mid-rangey. A vocal sample could work. Let me try something real quick here, just for shits and grins. Hi, Timothy Mort. How's it going? That's a piano with a bunch of verb on it. I wouldn't necessarily recommend a piano, but you can kind of hear what I'm getting at with a sound in that area. Something that adds richness. If this were a bowl of food, I would say it needs butter. Yeah, exactly. I think it would probably be a synth. But yeah, you hear where I'm at in that kind of frequency spectrum. Yeah, I would say if this were a plate of food, it's very salty and it's spicy. And it's very bracing. But it needs butter. It needs mid notes. It needs some bacon, and they need some pork fat in there. Mortonix, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it, my friend. But it's cool. It's very, very interesting. It's always throws me through a bit of a loop, really experimental stuff. Not that I haven't made stuff like this, but people are like, what sound should I put here? And I'm like, cello? I have no idea. But I think you know what I mean. So yeah, hopefully that's helpful there. A little more low end, control the kick ish, and just pay attention to any muddiness in the low end. A little more low fundamental, and then yeah, I feel like some kind of a nice rich mid vibe would be nice here. So, but thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. Okay, we've got Michael, Realso, Caballo, and Monmetra left in queue. I am going to go ahead and close queue now. Yeah. I guess I would say, Mortonix, if you want to submit a song, let me know, and I will open it for you since you just joined. But we are going to go ahead and close queue and get through these last 4 feedbacks and then probably go raid somebody. But Michael 51, you are up next, my friend. Track is unreleased. Really liking the blend between trance and peak time. Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry, MX. I did see that. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it. I forgot to ask about something. I do not master my tunes. I just mix them and sometimes use a bit of a stereo shifter. Should I explore this area more, or is it generally fine to stick to a good mix? I guess this is more of a specific question than one tied to my tune. Okay. So mastering, I always strongly recommend mastering, and more even than just mastering, if you can have a way to have somebody else master your track, I always recommend it. I understand that's not a luxury we can all, do necessarily all the time, but it, more than anything else, it just gives you another, set of ears on your track to hear things that you might not have heard to begin with, and who probably is going to have a better, mastering engineers generally have really, really nice systems. I guess that kind of depends, it's like I've got a really solid system in here. I also do a fair amount of mastering. But it's having somebody else be able to look at the track and really address any issues with fresh ears, not attached to the production of the track, who can really hone in on things that you might not be noticing in your own production. That's thing number one. But beyond that, like, mastering is more, it's as much a technical process of making sure that everything is clean and good and ready for distribution than it is anything else. So, if you're just putting tracks up on SoundCloud, you're not worried about making albums or anything like that. Sure, I wouldn't say it's 1,000% a necessary step. I would still just put a compressor on your master bus, doing a little bit, and put a maximizer just to kind of glue everything together, because it adds to the sonics. But it's certainly, if you're doing an EP or an album, you want to make sure all those tracks are at the same volume, that they all have tonal characteristics that are identifiable between them. And Mortonix, I will answer your question in just a second here. If you have like a certain sonic identity to your music that you're releasing over time, it can help to keep that consistent. All those kinds of things are just as important in mastering as anything else, right? So yeah, like, I think it's a sort of a use case scenario. And if you're not worried about that end of things, of it being really like commercially polished, of it, you having playlists on different platforms that are really consistent and sound really consistent, all that kind of stuff, it's less important. I would still do it. But, I think that if you are going for really clean and polished and commercial, and you want, you're thinking about going after playlists, you're doing full albums, you are following up releases with, like promotional stuff, I would definitely recommend it. And then, and it's not that expensive. Like, I'm happy to master tracks for people for $20 or $30. Like, it's not a huge expense. A good mastering engineer can do a track in 15, 20 minutes. So if you ever need mastering, hit me up. But, it is generally a good idea, is what I would say. But yeah, a good mix is 90% of it. Yeah. That's very true. Having a really, really solid mix is where it all starts. But a master is less about, how do we make this sound even more awesome? That's definitely a part of it. But it's equally about identifying problems, and then like that kind of normalization, leveling, distribution, tonal imprint, that kind of thinking. I think we are in an ad here for a second. So we will wait for that ad, and then I will answer Mortonix's question, and then we will check out the next tune. We'll just play piano for a second. Do you master in stems? I certainly can. I can do it either way. But yeah, if you need mastering, get at me on Discord. ! Discord will get you into my server, and feel free to DM me. I would love to master for anyone. But yeah, and that's usually if you're offering mastering. Like for me, I'm listening on Adam A8Hs, which are very, very nice speakers. I'm in a fully tuned and treated, room that I have built to be really sonically accurate. And that's, I think that's like, honestly, the biggest thing is just, if you can find somebody who has a good room and a good set of speakers, they can hear a lot of things that if you're just working on headphones or smaller monitors or certainly computer speakers or something like that, they can just hear a lot more, in a really good, well-tuned space, and make sure you're, yeah, sure. Absolutely. MX. I would be happy. Yeah. Shoot me a message anytime. I am around. And thank you, Real So. But no, Mortimix, I do have a question about the controller to the left of your keyboard. Oh, this guy right here? This guy is awesome. This is from a company called Rock Solid Audio, cool little boutique company in the UK. Yeah, for sure. MX. Yeah, hit me up. We'll talk. Yes, this is from Rock Solid Audio. This is their 4K controller. It is basically, yes, SSL, exactly. So it's an SSL 4000 strip, but as just a MIDI controller. So you can think of it like, if you know this, the Console 1 from Softube, it's basically that. It doesn't have all the snazzy visual feedback, but I can map it to literally anything. So I have it mapped to my, mapped to all my IQs, my compressors, filters, all that kind of stuff. I am a big, yes, it's much smaller. Absolutely. I'm a big fan of hands-on control, which is why I have the Icon decks in front of me. It's why I have the Keylab as well as the Control 61, because like this is for all my scoring stuff, which is all in Contact and Native Instruments, and then all of my Arturia synth stuff. I have all hands-on control of everything. It's way easier for me to EQ like this than it is for me to EQ like this. And obviously I'm doing it now with Ozone just because, we're streaming and you can't really map in OBS. But yes, if I can grab a knob, grab a fader, hit a button, I will. Big supporter of outsourcing mixing and mastering because the path from idea to final result is extremely long. Over the time your ears get tired, it emotionally becomes difficult to bring the work to an end, regardless of how much you love your own music. 100%, Timothy. Those are all really, really great points. And yeah, I think it's good to have, other people listen to your stuff and help as much as they can. Because it can, hopefully in a perfect world, it only makes it better, and you learn a ton as well from those processes. So no worries, MX. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, hit me up. Swing back by stream anytime. You are always welcome. All are always welcome. But we'll keep going with feedback here. Michael 51. What we got going on? Track is unreleased. Really liking the blend between trance and peak time. Okay, interesting. Working in Ableton here. Massive kick. This track is quite long, so we are going to skim just a little bit. Not that I don't want to hear the whole thing, of course, but try to keep it like 3.5 minutes. So. Well arranged overall. I like, it definitely goes some different places, which is nice. I like that synth is very cool. I think mainly what I'm hearing in terms of the low end, the decay on the kick, I'm worried is a little long. It's a very big kind of a kick sound, and that can definitely cause a little bit of woofiness in the low end. So I would think maybe lessen that decay a little bit if you can, sculpt it a little bit more so that it's tighter. And then if you can get another, I'm not sure if that's like more of a bass sound. It's like a reverb sub. Yeah. So generally speaking, especially for stuff like this, you want quite tight kicks. And you want that, like we were talking about earlier, that kind of interplay of like the kick punches and then your side chain shapes, and then a bass element fills in and you get that lovely womp, 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 womp kind of an interplay between your kick. And when you've got a really long tail on your kick drum, it just kind of ends up taking over everything and can muddy the low end a little bit. So like if we isolate just the low end of the mix there, it's quite long. It's quite wow, wow, wow. And it doesn't feel as like tight as it could. And it ends up kind of taking away from that real punch. And especially with stuff like this where, I'm imagining, this might get played in a club. That problem gets compounded because, clubs, venues are live spaces. They're big. They've got usually very high ceilings. They're very large rooms. And so things reverberate. And so there's going to be, if you're stuff is being played in a club setting, in a live setting. So that room is going to reverberate a ton already. So if you have something like a really long kick, what can end up happening is that then gets amplified that much more in the liveness of that space. And you just end up with not punch, but instead just rumble, right? And that's not what you're after, because it's that pulse that is going to make people dance, right? That's what gets people into the track. And so, yeah, I would definitely tighten that up and make sure that you're high passing all the other elements of your mix that aren't a bass or a kick. Because ideally down in that sub register, that real, under 120, 140 hertz, you should hear thump from the kick and then richness, a really clear defined note from the bass. Yes. It was really quite subby. Yeah, definitely. So and that's what gives you not just sub, but defined, clean low end. That's going to shake people's asses, for sure. Let me turn that off. Another thing that'll help that a little bit is I feel like there's a little bit of buildup. And this is really common in all styles of music. 200 to 300 hertz is always an area where a lot of fundamental notes are happening. The low end of a lot of synths is happening. The upper end of your kick drum is happening. And you get a lot of buildup and frequency masking in that area. So if you listen, I'm just going to duck about, 3.5 dB at 250. And we'll start with it off. And then we'll kick it on and you'll hear. Immediately cleans and tightens the whole mix, because it's just a point where a lot of mud can build up, and that's not like you made a big mistake. It happens to everybody. I just kind of, as a default, 9 times out of 10 when I'm mastering a track, I just cut there anyways because it's always a good idea, almost always a good idea. Shorten the kick, cut 250, cross the track. Yeah. And then, just like and when you shorten that kick, you're going to need another sub element. So I don't know 100% what all you have going on. I do not know Umek. Is he another streamer? But when you shorten that kick, you're going to want something to replace it. So I would get a clean sine wave kind of fundamental. Very cool. Just like a real low bass element. If you already have an element that's working well and playing a part that makes sense, you can double it, or just have like a nice clean low sine and then side chain it to that kick. And that's going to give you that clean smack. And then the side chain will bring it in around it and give you that really clean pulse. So, but really nice track. Well, like I said, well assembled. I like how many different places it goes. It's got really good energy. I could see this doing very well in a club set. So, nice work overall, and hopefully, Juby, oh yay, hooray! I'm so glad, Juby. But thank you for sharing, Michael51. I appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna keep moving here. We've got just 3 left, and then we will go ahead and go find somebody fun to raid. Real So, you are up next, my friend. What we got going on? Working in Ableton, feedback on mix, composition, arrangement, sort of across the board. Let's check it out.
I want you for life. I'll stick by your side.
Good night, Michael. Thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Yeah, I'll make it good. I'll make you stay. I won't ever let you turn away. I wanna fight. I wanna make it better. Promises, I make promises. Promises, I make promises. No, never end. I love you till
Very cool. So I think composition-wise and arrangement-wise, excellent. Really well written, very cool parts, nice treatment of the vocal. Where I definitely hear some room to work on this one a little bit more is mix and particularly master department. When I see on the EQ really, really flat frequency response like this, when we see almost flat here, that is a lot of high frequency information. What I'm pretty confident that is coming from is OTT. This feels like a mix with a lot of OTT and a lot of OTT in a lot of places, because OTT adds high frequency energy like crazy. That's kind of why, at least that's my best guess. If not OTT, then either some kind of really heavy multiband compression, multiband limiting. Point being, whether it's OTT or not, or what specifically is going on, it feels quite squished. It feels one of the tracks we did last week on Order One, I had, I think, 8 different OTTs on that track. But OTT has to be used. You have to understand what it's doing, and you have to use it sparingly. It's a cool tool. I didn't really get it for a long time. Then I got the free version of it. That's just a plugin, and it's great. It's really, really helpful for adding a lot of a lot of energy to things and sculpting the sound in a cool way. Yeah, so I think on the master that you've got going on here, it's just really heavily compressed. That's my point. Yes, I think it's likely on the master because you've got a ton of high frequency information. And that's not even like an EQ thing. It just feels very, very dynamically flat. And it's not even that it's super loud. It feels like, it's looking like it's, minus 8-ish LUFS, which is not crazy loud for a track like this. But I found myself reaching for and turning down my volume a lot because there's so much, all this stuff up here is so bright and so present. And like the synths that you've chosen, which sound nice, but they're very soft, and it feels like there's a lot of white noise to them. Or just really kind of broadband, high frequency information. And so I would just generally look at that. So if you have a master chain on it, I would look at how much compression you're doing, back off that a little bit. I would maybe look at those synth sounds, those saws, and try to make them a little bit less bright and a little bit less like white noise-ish, depending on what synth you're using and how you have it set up. If there's a really strong white noise channel in there, I would bring that back potentially. It's just kind of, it feels very, it's very in your face, but it's to a degree that it's very fatiguing on the ears. So I love in your face. And I think, again, composition wise, arrangement wise, sound choice, all that stuff is super on point. It's an excellent, excellent track, but it's particularly in those sections when it's full bore, it's very, very bracing on the ears, I think, where it is right now. Yeah, I can almost just take a high shelf. kick is slamming, which great job on that. The kick sounds phenomenal. Yeah, it's primarily in the drop. Low end feels really good. Yeah, because even right there, like that is a 6 dB slope on the on the top end, you know, from like 9, 10K, 8K on up, and that's even that still is feeling like a little bit spiky. And for the record, I would not work this way. I would not do an EQ like this on your master. That's a little crazy. I would address that in the sounds themselves first, and then, you know, in the EQing of them second, and then the master third. Also, I think cutting 200, 250 here would be probably a good call for you, just because you've got a lot going on in this track, and it's usually good to just it feels like it's cleaning things up a little bit to me in that region. But yeah, so I think this is mainly just like it's a bit of a mastering thing. It's those main synths and those drops is where I'm hearing it the most. But like, yeah, vocal sounds really nice. Kick sounds great. Your kick sounds awesome. I love how present and upfront your kick is in this. It really drives the tune. And the arrangement's great, you know, like all of that stuff is really on point here. It's just those synths in the drop in particular, and then the EQing and mastering approach overall, very compressed and like a lot of high frequency information. So, but great job on it, man. And I hope that is helpful because it's a sick track and definitely worth going the full mile on it. So, all right, Caballo, you are up next, my friend. Quick question. Pictures. Oh, neat. Ooh. I want to see, what's your setup? I like seeing people's setups. Toast wants to come say hello. Well, so we'll say hello to the cat, and then we'll check out Caballo's track. Come say hi to chat. I'm glad it was helpful, real so. We love Toast. 770s, great headphones, fantastic headphones. I used to have a pair of 880s, and I miss them terribly. I have these blue MixFis, which I kind of hate, and I want to get rid of them and get Behrs again, because Behrs are the shit. Well, and so another thing that can definitely happen with top end and mixes is if you've been, they're worth every damn penny. They're phenomenal. If you have been working on a track all day long and you bounce at the end of the day, there's a very good chance you're going to overbake your top end because your ears are fatigued. I almost always wait. Like I will, goodness, aren't you just Mr. Love today? I will always wait until the morning after I do a track. Like I will work on a track all day and then leave it overnight and not even necessarily change anything, but I will come back to it the next morning or at least after a couple of hours and listen to it again before I bounce it and send it off to the client. Because I know if I've been working on it for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, strong recommend on the Behrs cakes. They're exceptional. And real, so you can treat your room quite easily. Throw some blankets on the walls. Don't get the foam squares. Don't get the foam squares. The foam squares are a total ripoff. Get big, thick packing or moving blankets and hang them on the walls. That is the best way to treat a room for next to no money. Ooh. Quad Era 1s. I'm not familiar. Anyways. Let's check out Caballo's track, shall we? I've heard people say a really good thing about Sens. I have not tried the Sennheisers personally, but I do hear good things.
Damn, George.
Bien. Muy bien. Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
En Bolívar, mi ciudad. La ZA camina por Bolívar, su ciudad, fumando verde por la Brown. La ZA fuma verde por la avenida Brown. En Bolívar, mi ciudad, repito historias al hablar. Otro día nuevo que pasa, recorro mi ciudad. Otra noche y espero que el sol no salga más. Quemo uno en la plaza, lo prendo con mi amigo Fran. Despierto tranquilo, un café y sigo el camino. La joven
Good night, Real So. Thanks for hanging out.
ZA no anda con ningún apuro, de chico tranquilo, siempre busque lo mío. La joven ZA no anda con ningún apuro. En Bolívar, mi ciudad.
I was going to ask.
La ZA camina por Bolívar, su ciudad, fumando verde por la Brown. La ZA fuma verde por la avenida Brown. En Bolívar, mi ciudad. La ZA camina por Bolívar, su ciudad, fumando verde por la Brown. La ZA fuma verde por la avenida Brown, caminando, aunque ellos van corriendo. La joven ZA va tranquilo, pero no anda lento. Me puse a hacer lo correcto, encontrar oro en alguno de tus gestos, movimientos, flores auto oro. Me mentiste, dejaste mi vida en un eclipse, movimientos, flores auto oro. Se me hace triste, historias sin final felices. De Bolívar es la ZA. La ZA. Ok. En Bolívar, mi ciudad. La ZA camina por Bolívar, su ciudad, fumando verde por la Brown. La ZA fuma verde por la avenida Brown. En Bolívar, mi ciudad. La ZA camina por Bolívar, su ciudad, fumando verde por la Brown. La ZA fuma verde por la avenida Brown.
Indeed, cool track. We will give some thoughts when ads are over here in a moment. Excellent, we're back. Yay! I just noodle on piano for a few minutes. Very cool track. I mean, obviously the beat's from YouTube.
Y espero que el sol no salga más, quemo uno en la plaza.
You know, not a whole lot we can do about that. I do wish like the drums were a bit louder in the beat, but YouTube beat. I think mix-wise, your voice sounds good. I like where it's at in the mix, you know, in terms of how loud it is. I think it's nice and present. I can hear everything you're saying. I think my biggest thought for you, and this is something, you know, anytime people are like, oh, you know, want feedback on a vocal performance in particular, at the beginning of the track, you're rushing a little bit. You're rhyming, you're rapping ahead of the beat. And then as the track goes on, I hear you relax and start lining up and grooving a little bit more with the drums. So this is really common, especially if you are less experienced and haven't been rapping or singing or whatever for a very long time. It can be very nerve-wracking to get in front of the microphone, right? And record takes, and you're hearing yourself back, and you don't like your voice and all that. That's all very normal. And so, it's just something that comes with experience. It comes with practice, right? Doing it a ton, making a ton of tracks, writing a lot and just getting very comfortable with the process. But one thing that you can do, and sometimes I'll recommend this, is put a verse, take your beat, right, and cut out a section of it and put it before the actual track. Rafter, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, man. Very, very kind of you. Take a little chunk of your beat and put it before the track to give yourself a little warm up. And so and you'll delete it later, but like rap along to it. You could be the first verse or whatever. Rap along to that and then have the actual track start. And at that point in the recording, you'll already be kind of warmed up. And you'll be more comfortable, you'll be more grooving. And then you just take that stuff at the beginning, get rid of it, doesn't matter. It's just there kind of, for fun. And then you'll get a better start to your take in the actual track, if you know what I mean. Because I can definitely hear you, like when you start, you're rushing a little bit, it feels a little bit less polished. And then at the end, you really lock in and I can feel you relax into the performance, which is cool. And again, it happens to a lot of us. So that's just kind of a fun idea for you. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, I would just say, just keep going, keep practicing, keep working on it. I don't have a ton of super specific thoughts beyond that, but it's a cool track. It's a cool vibe. I like it.
Un café y sigo el camino. La joven ZA no anda con ningún apuro. De chico tranquilo, siempre busque lo mío. La joven ZA no anda con ningún apuro. En Bolívar mis...
I like your vocal production, I think is nice. Also, you could think about in the vocal production, making it a little bit wider in the stereo field, panned out a little bit more left and right. Could be nice.
Yeah. La Z camina por Bolívar, su ciudad, fumando verde por la Brown.
And maybe just a little more compression on your voice could be nice here as well. But overall, it's cool. I think just keep going, keep creating, keep doing it, and you're going to get better and better. You're going to get more and more comfortable. You're going to get your performances dialed in. But yeah, keep going. It's very cool, man. And greetings from the U.S. to Argentina. I have wanted to visit your country for a very, very long time. I think it looks amazingly cool, particularly Buenos Aires. Looks incredibly cool. And Ushuaia down in the south. Oh, wait, Ushuaia is in Chile, actually. But Tierra del Fuego looks absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, very cool to have you in here. And always good to see you, man. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. All right, well, we've got one more here, which is from Monmetra. Ushuaia is in Argentina. Okay, cool. Yes. I can never remember. I know Chile goes all the way down and then Argentina goes down a little bit, and I can't remember which side Ushuaia is on. But it's on my bucket list of places to go. Yeah, the south is, yeah, absolutely. Monmetra, I believe, is last in queue here. But I don't know if Monmetra is with us any longer. Timothy, did you submit in queue? I'm not seeing you in queue. You did? I am not seeing your submission. Can you send it over again real quick? Oh, Monmetra's you. Okay, great. Gotcha. Sorry, I was confused. Okay, great, perfect. Boom. Let's check it out. Working in Ableton. This is a freshly written track where the main goal was to capture the idea first and work on mixing later. I'd be glad to hear your feedback. Thank you for listening. Of course. And you're going to close us out for the day. So...
your mom tell you not to go into a stranger's room, huh?
Whoa. Really cool. Really, really, really unique. You know what this reminds me of? There's a project years ago at this point called Tribe Called Red, which was an electronic producer. What's up, man, Fonby? Good to see you, buddy. You're catching us right at the very tippy tail end of stream, but good to see you. Yeah, Tribe Called Red. It was an electronic producer, EDM producer, who worked with Native American tribes in the U.S. And did remixes, like these really heavy, dark, industrial, techno-ish sort of remixes of tribal chants, traditional Native American tribal chanting and singing and music and stuff. And it has a very similar vibe to this. It's really unique. I think my main thought here... I mean, I can play a little solo for you if you want at the very end. My main thought is that it sounds to me like a lot of the drums are either just like single one shots or like you've just kind of have pulled in like big cinematic hits and chopped them, which is cool, but it gets a little bit like I can tell it's just the same sample over and over and over again. So there's a lot of things that you can do about that. I would, first of all, I'd add a little bit of reverb to them. Like a short room, kind of an ambiance reverb, can help things feel a little bit more lush and a little bit more organic. What you'll want to make sure of, though, because a lot of your drums have a lot of low frequency energy in them, is to make sure it's a reverb where you can remove low end from the verb itself. So you only get reverb on the top part of it. You could also set up a reverb send or like an effects send with a reverb on it and just put an EQ before the reverb to clean out the low end to make sure it doesn't get too muddy. But I think adding not a super big long reverb, just like a half second, 3/4 of a second decay on a reverb on those drums would be really, really nice. And kind of make them feel a little bit more organic and a little bit less like, yes, that's Black Hole Cakes. We love it. Yeah, that's Black Hole from Eventide. Yeah, I'll do a solo. Absolutely. You don't even need to spend points. I'll just do it. If you want me to solo on something, post it and paste it in chat. Yes, it's my favorite reverb in the entire world. So yeah, I would do that. You could also add like any kind of just like character plugins. So a little bit of like tape saturation could be kind of cool here. Just something to vibe out the drums a little bit more because they, like I said, they just feel a little bit sample at the moment. And I want them to have a little bit more organic ebb and flow. If you want a library that is great for this kind of stuff, Action Strikes from Native Instruments has these kinds of sounds in it, but they're, round robin samples, so they feel a little bit more realistic into like for big cinematic drumming. I mean, there's a lot of libraries for war drums or big cinematic drums that you can do this kind of stuff with. But like arrangement wise, writing wise, sound choice wise, it's really unique. It's really interesting, and it's really cool. And like grooves hard, and it's very well put together. So I think great job on all that stuff. Yeah, I just wish the drums felt a little more organic. I think is my one note here. But other than that, it's very cool and very, very nice job. So thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. Well, Manfonby wants a guitar solo. We're having a weird issue at the moment, Manfonby, where apparently there is a delay. Thank you for sharing, man. I very much appreciate it. There is a weird delay apparently between some of my audio, so we'll hope that that's not the case. But let's grab the 8-string and I'll shred a little solo, and then we'll go ahead and get out of here. Anything for my buddy Manfonby. But yeah, I'd love to hear more of your stuff, Timothy. It's very, very cool. So feel free to swing back by anytime. Give me 1 second here. We're going to turn that off. And then we're going to turn you to that. Good. And then we're going to open this. Okay. It's fucking Pantera. I love it. It's literally the original solo. Okay. I mean, Dimebag was great. Dimebag died on my birthday, which is extremely sad. Let's see here. Interesting little key change there. Interesting modulation. Woo! Little. Thanks for having me shred over that. That's nice. That's nice. 10. What's the tune? Tens? Proof you don't have to play super clean to play a great solo. he's a bit all over the place, but it's still awesome. Neat. All right, well, that is going to bring us to the end of today's stream. But hey, thank you guys very much for hanging out. I'd said we were going to go raid somebody. I don't know. Should we? If anybody has anybody I should raid, let's go look. It's cooled down a fair bit. We had like 15 earlier, and I was like, oh, we'll go raid somebody, but maybe we'll go find somebody little, somebody with like 2 viewers. Throw them a little bit of love. Let's see here. Who is live at the moment? Who's cool? Shut up, Twitch. Jesus Christ. Alus is streaming. He's a pretty cool DJ, the drum and bass DJ. Who else is on? Protostar is on. He's building Legos. Do you guys want to go watch Protostar build Legos? Or Rob Guitar is Rob. Oh, Rob's doing feedback. Yeah, we'll go raid Rob. Why not? All right. Well, I'll get that set up here. You too, Mordenix. Have a great night, man. Thank you very much for hanging out. But stick around for a second. We're gonna go raid a cool guitar player who's doing something. I don't know what he's up to. Rob Guitar. Oh, he's doing feedback. That's right. I just looked at that. Guitar. Boom. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to go drop you guys off with another feedback stream in case anybody else wants feedback. But thank you guys very much for hanging out. I appreciate it. You guys have an excellent night, evening, afternoon, morning, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And we will see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, U.S. time, 8 p.m. Central European. And stick around for the raid. Bye, guys.